Welcome, everyone, to Southern Virginia University Softball. I'm Jim Bresnahan, joined in this first game of a Wesley doubleheader by Jamie Kane, who's going to be stepping in for the first game of this doubleheader. It's a big doubleheader, Jamie, as the Knights are coming off a doubleheader sweep earlier in the week against Maine Presque Isle, and they get back into capital play, trying to continue this two-game winning streak against Wesley here today.
Absolutely. It's good to be here. I'm excited to see the action that we'll see today. This girls softball team has a lot to prove, and we know that they can do it. We know that they have the skill and they have the talent and that they have the fire in them, and they're coming off that two-game winning streak, and it's motivation enough for them to win this game.
They're 0-2 in the Capital Conference, 5-17 on the season. They'll be facing a Wesley team today that's 1-1 in the conference and 8-8 on the season, Jamie, and getting the starting pitching nod here in game number 1 today will be Rachel Moore, who pitched a super game in the second game of the doubleheader against Maine Presque Isle. So Rachel Moore gets the start, and she really settled down, Jamie, in the second game. She kind of had a rocky start and then really settled down in the latter innings.
Well, it's good to see her. How long has she been pitching now?
Well, it's this, I guess she's their second pitcher.
Basically
alternating once, of course, with Maddie Muse, who pitched the first game against Maine Presque Isle. Control had been the problem for Rachel, of course, through much of the season, but she really settled down in the game against Maine Presque Isle just the other day. Leadoff batter is Samantha Burns for Wesley, lefty, freshman. Knights had a 13-game losing streak that they snapped against Maine Presque Isle the other day and got a big doubleheader sweep. There's a called strike. There's the pitch, bunted to the left side, fielded by the shortstop, tossing over to first, and they get the opening runner. The leadoff hitter is nailed on a bunt to the shortstop position, Jamie, and like we saw the other night in that doubleheader against Maine Presque Isle, Knights, at least in the first batter, playing very good, tight infield defense.
Absolutely.
And so now it'll be the second hitter in the lineup, Brianna Hartman. She's a senior, and there's a called strike. So Rachel Moore, who again got the start in the second game of the doubleheader the other day against Maine Presque Isle. Maddie Muse got the start in the first game of the doubleheader, and it looks like they're going to reverse that today. There's a ball inside. Knights are trying to deliver a capital victory today against Wesley and also run that winning streak to 3 in a row. You know, Jamie, I guess there was some debate as to whether this was going to start on time or maybe even be played at all, but the tarp seems to have kept all the wet stuff. We've had rain off and on throughout the day today and overnight as well. Looks like they did a pretty good job with the tarp as far as the infield is concerned. I guess we'll have to find out as the game goes along how slick the outfield might be.
Oh, absolutely. We haven't seen any action out there just yet, so like you said, they've done a call strike, but they've done a really well job of keeping the field up to date and keeping it dry, so I'm sure we'll see some good game. It's always fun to see a muddy game, though. See what's sliding around out there, it's always enjoyable, but not today.
There's a low pitch by Rachel, and she walks the second hitter after getting the first hitter, so 1 on, 1 out for Wesley here in the top of the first inning.
Wesley having one on first base.
Looks like the hitter now will be Nina Marcano. She's a junior for Wesley. Wesley has a runner at first base. Against Maine Presque Isle the other night, it was the Knights who were doing all the running on the base pass, getting lots of stolen bases, which really helped out their offense. Rachel comes to the plate. That's a ball. Rachel Moore listed as number 4 on the roster, but wearing number 20, or it looks like she is wearing number 4 tonight, was wearing 20 the other night. That pitch is a called strike, so it's 1-1.
Rachel Moore is throwing some impressive pitches out there.
Throwing lots of good heat, and again early on here in the first inning, Jamie, a good control except for that pitch which was low. But I know that's as going into that Maine Presque Isle game, she had an ERA over 11, and I think had almost twice as many walks in as many innings as she had thrown. But she really settled down in that game the other night against Maine Presque Isle. And there's a ball. Doesn't want to get out of control here, Jamie, and start walking batters after getting the leadoff runner.
Of course not. Started off good, started off hot. Let's see if she can keep the momentum here.
There's a called strike. Looks like Marcano was taking the whole way there. Knights in that doubleheader sweep got 13 total runs against Maine Presque Isle. Here comes the pitch, grounded to third base. They try to go to second base. Second baseman wasn't over there in time. McGuire, and kind of hesitation on the throw over by Jorgensen. And by the time the ball got there, the runner had moved on to second base, and so it's first and second and one out. That ball was fielded cleanly, and I guess the third baseman, Jamie, could have gone to first and maybe got the out the long way, but it was expecting somebody to be over at second base, and McGuire just didn't get there in time.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication on that play.
So now it's first and second, and only one out here for Wesley in the top of the first inning.
We see the second base trying to steal third there. Number 17 for the Knights was on that number, Brianna McGuire.
Swung on and missed. Just wonder how Rachel will react to where they could have had it out, either at first or second, obviously. They tried to get the lead runner. Instead, they don't get any outs. And now she's really got a nail down here on the cleanup hitter, Ashley Royer.
Another low pitch.
And the runners are going to move up, and each will take a base.
1 second, 1 on third now. That was an impressive steal by both the runners.
And now the Knights in a tough situation. There's still just one out here in the top of the first inning, and it's second and third now for Wesley. And after getting the leadoff runner, the leadoff hitter, Wesley is bidding for a big inning, and that pitch is high and outside.
We just got to see Rachel. It seems to calm down a little bit, kind of collect herself a little bit more.
That ball hit, and it's hit foul. If you're Rachel Moore, obviously you're probably thinking, okay, let's maybe either get the strikeout or pop up on the infield and then go for that third out.
Absolutely. She has a well-timed, well-controlled ball for the most part. A couple we've seen low, not too many high, which is impressive. Once again, just like to see her settle down and throw a little bit more of those faster pitches there.
Big pitches here to the cleanup hitter for Wesley.
Ball is hit.
To third base, good grab. Over to first. They make the play, get the runner. And the other runners hold. Excellent play at third base by the Knights. Gastelum making the play at third base. She did a great job fielding the ball, throwing it over, and holding the runners, Jamie. And suddenly it's second and third and 2 outs now.
Absolutely. And Rachel has an opportunity to put this out and get the Knights on the field to get some home runs out there.
So here is a lefty hitter, Devin McKay. A second and third, but 2 gone now for Wesley in the first inning. Moore trying to work out of trouble. Would take a hit or a wild pitch to get runners home. Maine Presque Isle actually scored 2 runs the other night on wild pitches by Rachel Moore. Trying to avoid that now. That one's high. And it's 2-0 now on the hitter.
Lots of communication on the field. Something we don't, that's always good to see. Lots of motivation.
To a delivery. That one's high. Rachel's running the risk here of walking. The base is loaded. 2 are out, but 2 are on for Wesley here in the first. That ball is hit towards the outfield, and they ruled a foul ball, fortunately for the Knights. That was in no man's land. If that ball had hit fair, it probably would have scored both runners. Instead, it's a foul ball.
Absolutely.
And so now Rachel's got a chance here to get this hitter and get out of a big jam in the first inning.
Rachel being from Medford, Oregon, playing at South Medford High.
Grounded to third. Throw over, low, scooped up by Gabbert, and she makes the play. And the Knights, with some good infield defense, hang on and don't allow Wesley to score in that top of the first inning. It's 0-0 with the Knights coming up here in the bottom of the first. Welcome back to Southern Virginia University. I'm Jim Bresnahan, joined by Jamie Kane, as we are bringing you a doubleheader today between Wesley and Southern Virginia. And Jamie, in the top of the first inning, Wesley got a couple of runners on but couldn't score. Now it's the Knights' turn here in the bottom of the first inning.
I'll just say it was impressive play by the Knights. Both had one on third and one on second. And for no one to score in that, we would have to definitely give some credit to Rachel Moore for her pitching there, being able to keep the Wesley off that home plate.
And it looks like Wesley will start, at least here in game one, a junior as the starting pitcher, Lindsay Seahawk. And for the Knights, opening hitter is going to be Rachel Moore, who had several hits in that Maine Presque Isle doubleheader victory for the Knights the other night. Knights will try to get the bottom of the first underway with some good hits. And there's a drive out to left field by Rachel Moore, but foul. So Rachel Moore really becoming a key player here, Jamie, for the Knights. Good starting pitcher and a very dependable hitter here lately. She got fooled on that one, popped it up foul behind the plate, and it's now suddenly 0-2 on Rachel Moore. So 2 strikes on Moore. And the pitcher, Seahawk, fires, driven on the ground to short, throw over, and quickly 1 out for the Knights here in the first inning. And that's going to bring up the number 2 hitter, Terry Hilton, who had a tremendous night the other night against Maine Presque Isle. Made a great play, a diving catch in center field that saved some runs, and also had several big hits. And she's just a freshman. Is really playing well.
So she got on base.
Well, she's one of those ones, Jamie, who can really run and steal bases. But as you know, obviously, you got to get on base first.
Absolutely.
Called strike there. Wesley came in again 1-1 of the conference. One of 4 teams tied at 1-1. York and Frostburg are 2-0. Newport, Salisbury, Wesley, Mary Washington 1-1. Harrisburg, SVU are 0-2. Fouled off.
So what do you think the difference is between the last 2 games that SVU's played and the games prior to that? With their winning streak of 2 games, and prior to that, they had no real consistency.
Well, they just got their pitching going with Muse and Moore, and the hitting actually struggled in that second game. They were losing, obviously, into the 6th inning, 3-1, but had a big 6th inning for the rally. Now, Maine Presque Isle did commit some errors in that inning, which really helped the Knights, but I know the Knights got to feel they got a lot of momentum coming off of that doubleheader sweep the other night. And right now they're just trying to get a runner on base in Terry Hilton. That one's hit to short. Throw over, and there is the second out of the inning.
Good line drive by Taylor there. Unfortunately, couldn't get to the base on time.
Put the ball in play, but in both cases for Hilton and Moore, hit it right to the shortstop. So 2 gone now for the Knights here in the first. And it'll be the number 3 hitter coming up for the Knights, catcher Sarah Edwards.
Number 7, Sarah Edwards.
Knights trying to avoid a 1-2-3 inning. That pitch sails high. Popped up on the infield and out of play. So a ball and a strike now on Edwards, the catcher. On deck for the Knights, the big first baseman, Molly Gabbert, their top hitter this season. That one's low, 2-1. Roped foul to left field. So now it's 2-2 on Edwards. Now, Jamie, I know it was a big doubleheader sweep over Maine Presque Isle, but to beat a capital opponent like Wesley at least once and maybe twice today, that would be huge for the Knights. Change up there. Misses.
Another hit, another foul.
And so now it's, again, and Edwards trying to get on base here. In the top of the first, Wesley got a couple of runners on, second and third with 1 out, but Rachel Moore was able to work out of trouble. The Knights trying to avoid a 1-2-3 inning unless Edwards can get a base hit and get on. That one's hit right to the shortstop again. Over to first, and it is indeed a 1-2-3 inning for the Knights. They go down in order. We have played one. It's Southern Virginia nothing and Wesley nothing. Welcome back here to Southern Virginia University. Jim Bresnahan and Jamie Kane getting ready to bring you second inning action after both teams went down in the first inning, Jamie, without being able to score a run.
Yeah, let us see a little bit more action out there. I'm sure we're going to get that. like you said, neither one of the teams was able to score, but we saw a lot of base action, which was nice. Now it's just getting to that home plate, which is going to keep the momentum going.
Knights in their bottom of the first one down in order 1-2-3. Wesley got a couple of runners on at the top of the first, couldn't score, so we're ready to go top of the second inning. Rachel Moore throwing a lot of pitches in that first inning. Got the lead runner, Jamie, and then she proceeded to put a couple of runners on. Had problems with the control at time, but settled down to work out of that second and third one-out jam.
Absolutely. Just threw a high pitch there, high ball. Like you said, but she is settling down. I'm impressed with the speed of her pitch and the accuracy when she can settle down and get that pitch there. It's impressive.
That one is inside. That was the problem she has had really throughout the season, averaging nearly 2 walks per inning. Didn't happen the other night against Maine Presque Isle. She's hoping not to have it happen tonight, but that one hits the Wesley hitter right on the head, on the batting helmet, and Wesley has their leadoff runner on. So Kayla Fromol gets on first base. And now Kateri Peters, freshman outfielder, the number 7 hitter, steps to the plate. Paul hit to third. Now they'll go and get the runner at second. Kind of a off-handed throw over to first, and Peters was able to beat it down the line to avoid the double play. That was really going to be a tough double play for the Knights to turn, but a good play by McGuire, Jamie, to get over to second base to take that throw and at least get the lead runner.
Absolutely, and they got the out on the second base, got the lead run out. Just good play, good teamwork there. They got one on first now, hoping to get another one out.
And good play so far here in this ball game. Just a couple of innings in, Jamie, by Gastelum, the third baseman. She has made several plays and hasn't had any errors so far. That was a bunt attempt by Wesley, rolling foul. So Wesley has a runner on and one gone here in the top of the second inning. Moore's pitch is high. Hitter is Seock, the pitcher for Wesley. Swings and misses.
Rachel Moore looking good on the field or on the play right now.
Trying to get out of the second inning, but that one's upstairs. They throw down. Runner is back. Bottom of the order right now for Wesley, and Moore is trying to take care of business. Get out. It's 2 and 3 and get out of the second inning. That one way high over the catcher's head. Easy play for Peters to get down to second base. So Kateri Peters gets to second base, one out. Well, Moore at times has problems with control, and she'll see if she can settle down here in the second inning, as she did in the first inning, even putting runners in scoring position, but getting out of jams. Hit foul. One out, runner at second, and Moore's pitch. Called strike, inside corner, and Seock is called out on strikes. That's 2 gone now for Wesley with a runner at second base. And now it's going to be the number 9 hitter, Morgan Seymour, coming to the plate. Peters at second base, but 2 are out now for Wesley here in the top of the second inning. Called strike. Seymour is a junior. 0-1 pitch. There's another called strike. 0-2. No sooner Jamie throws one over the catcher's head, then proceeds to settle down.
Absolutely. Settling down into her pitching movement. Her pitches are getting more accurate, getting those strikes, and
That one's low, 1-2. Maybe wasting that pitch to see if the hitter would chase it. That one's low again. Now it's 2-2.
Kateri Peters for Wesley seems to be always looking for the steal, always looking for the base. Very active.
2-2 pitch.
Oh,
Pop to the
ball's up.
outfield, and it's going to land in for a base hit. Peters will score. And a base hit gives Wesley its first run of the game. That ball went out to right center field. Jamie, and Helms, the right fielder, went over, just couldn't get there in time.
No.
So Wesley takes a 1-0 lead here in the second inning.
Number 3, Helms out of Oakland, California, played for James Logan High School. Like you said, went for the ball, was just not able to make it. Wesley goes for the bunt, but doesn't get it.
And that wild pitch that sailed over the catcher's head really comes into play because it allowed Peters to go from first to second and be in scoring position on that base hit. So still 2 outs, runner at first, and 1-0, Wesley on top. Bunt attempt. Catcher Edwards, no play. Great bunt by Samantha Burns, the leadoff hitter, and suddenly it's first and second for Wesley now with still 2 outs. And boy, I'll tell you, Jimmy, she put that in the great position right in front of home plate where it just died. And by the time Edwards picked up the ball, no play at first base.
That was a great play. A lot of times you see with a bunt ball is it's more of a desperation of attempt, but with that it was perfectly placed, and they were able to get 1 and 2 on base.
So first and second, and that'll be Brianna Hartman.
Rachel Moore looking for that final strikeout to get the Wesleyans off the field and get the Knights back on to get some runs.
Wesley actually had 2 runners on base in the first, 2 here in the second. Great stop by Clark. Throws over, and they get the lead runner at second base for the 3rd out. What a play by Annie Clark at shortstop to make the play. Wesley gets a run. We played an inning and a half. It's Wesley 1 and SVU nothing. Wesley got a run in the top of the second, so the Knights will try to respond here in the bottom of the second inning. Trailing now for the first time, 1-0. Wesley on top. Knights went down in order, 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the first inning, and so as a result, it'll be the cleanup hitter, Molly Gabbert, to start for the Knights in the bottom of the second inning.
And Molly Gabbert is one of those that's leading statistically for the Knights at this time. So hopefully she'll be able to get something started, get a jump start for the Knights here.
Hitting over 300. I believe she's got a homer this season as well. Trying to get on base and get something started.
And
Puts
there's
that
a
ball
hit.
to left field, and it's fouled. Lindsay Lindsay Seahawk is the pitcher. She's a junior for Wesley.
Molly Gabbard out of Bakersfield, California. A transfer from Iowa Western Community College.
And she ropes that ball to shortstop. Great play by the shortstop. A throw over, easy out. And the shortstop for Wesley making a lot of plays here in the first couple of innings. That is Morgan Seymour doing the job at shortstop for Wesley. So 4 hitters have come up for the Knights and 4 outs. Still looking for their first hit. Jordan Stites will come to hit now, the left fielder. This pitch is
Ball's
popped
hit
up.
high.
Shortstop
And-
again, going to make the play.
Let's get caught. That's 2 outs for the Knights. Excuse me, 2 outs for Wesley.
Thinking the shortstop's been involved in almost every play here in the first couple of innings for Wesley. And quickly, 2 outs again here in the second inning for the Knights.
Now batter for the Knights, the shortstop, number 6.
So Andy Clark will be the hitter now. 2 outs and nobody on base. Knights still looking for their first base runner of the game.
Andy Clark hits the ball, and it's a foul.
Fast-moving game, too. Almost through 2 innings, Jamie, but the Knights just have not been able to get the offense started. And Seahawk, the pitcher, is looking for her second straight 1, 2, 3 innings. She took something off that one.
Strike.
Strike.
And as you said in the previous game, it took the Knights a little bit to get jump started, to get their runs on the board. And so,
And an easy
Another
strikeout.
strike.
Stites kind of got fooled on that pitch, and she goes down. So it's another 1, 2, 3 inning offensively for the Knights. We have played 2 innings. It's Wesley on top here, 1-0.
No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base.
Ready to go. Top of the third inning. Wesley on top here, 1-0. And Jamie, it's going to be a big athletic weekend here at Southern Virginia University. No surprise there. Baseball obviously in action, and a big lacrosse doubleheader, home doubleheader coming up on Saturday for men's and women's lacrosse here at SVU.
absolutely. And for any Knights, past, present, or current, or future Knights, anyone listening right now, make sure to tune in for those games and show your Knights some support on Saturday.
A lot to be excited about. Southern Virginia University women's lacrosse still looking for that first capital victory, but they've had a lot of nice wins this year. And I know the men obviously are thinking about maybe postseason capital tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And that's something like I was the ball, Rachel Moore. I was privileged to play for the Knights lacrosse team, and like I've talked about before, I'm just so impressed to see that team come so far in these past 2 years, along with the women's lacrosse team.
Yeah, we saw them. I saw them the other night against, I believe it was Randolph Macon. They won that game convincingly, and I know last year, Casey Rich and a few other players, Anthony Good, really were key people. But I mean, they really have some amazing freshmen out there this season, in addition to some talented sophomores and juniors.
Absolutely.
I mean, Danneman, obviously, and Tunick, I think, and Kimber. But in that Randolph-Macon game, Cook looked very good.
Oh, absolutely. Brady Cook is an outstanding lacrosse player. So we're just excited for them. We're excited for all of our Knights teams.
Yeah, but I know we've talked about it too. Boy, you got to improve. You got to improve, obviously, in the Capital Conference. But to get to where they are, to get to where Salisbury is, that's like a huge jump, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Another foul off. Rachel Moore trying to cruise through the third inning here after running into some problems in the first and second. In the first, she put 2 runners on with 1 out, got out of a jam. But in the second, single to right center, scored the game's only run.
It's a good day to be a Knight. That's all I have to
weekend.
say. Good weekend to be a Knight.
Popped out of play.
That's 3 fouls.
Tale of 2 innings, really. I mean, Rachel Moore has put runners on base in the first 2 innings, and one of them scored, whereas the Knights 6 up and 6 down in 2 innings. Still looking for their first base runner, their first hit. Moore trying to get the leadoff hitter here for Wesley, but instead she walks. And so you got 1 on, 1 out. And another base runner for Wesley.
Rachel Moore is, even with these walks, she's very impressive with those pitches. We know that she can get those players out once she settles down and once she knows where she wants that ball to go. She can get it to go there.
And a low pitch. Ashley Royer, the cleanup hitter, the freshman, is the hitter. 1 on, nobody out for Wesley here in the top of the third inning. Hit on the ground to short. Clark fields, throws over to second. It's behind McGuire, and it goes towards the right field line.
She's heading towards home plate.
Helms is
ball
going
to
to
home
throw,
plate,
but it's going to be
and it's
too
missed.
late. And the other runner is going to try to make it to third, and a safe. So the hitter goes all the way to third base. Clark threw it behind McGuire as they tried to get the lead runner. It looked like McGuire was actually going to get to second base, Jamie, before the runner, but Annie Clark's throw, and it was a tough throw to make on the run, obviously, trying to hit the second baseman coming over to second base on the run, but she threw it behind her. And instead of maybe getting the lead runner and 1 on, 1 out, now it's suddenly 2-0 Wesley, and they've got their third run of the game potentially over at third base as that one is popped up, and Clark makes the play.
That was an impressive play by Wesley to steal those plays to get a home play. Once again, like you said, that's a hard throw to make when you're going on the run. Try to get somebody out. That's just a hard throw to make. But wait for the Knights to stay on top of it. At least try to. At least we just need to see some more action here.
Yeah, but the only way you can do that, I'm guessing, from Annie Clark's standpoint, is to try to really throw towards second base and hope McGuire gets there in time.
Absolutely.
As opposed to actually trying to hit her in midstream. So now we'll see if Rachel Moore can get out of a big jam here with a runner at third and 1 out.
Like we said, the Knights are last in the Capital Athletic Conference, and there's
a
a bunt.
And it's foul.
But with these two last wins, something impressive, something to be said about the Knights. They're rallying as a team, which is something that I think a lot of times in the past we haven't seen. But here you can see that they are playing more as a team. There's more communication. There's more activity on the field. It's just impressive to see all of that. And that's a
Swung
strike.
on and missed. And few errors. I can recall games last year where they really struggled with the defense, the 2015 team, and they would have 5-6 errors a game. And so far, the defense, especially here of late, has been just tremendous for the Knights.
I think that's a tale for a lot of our teams.
Hits the
She
batter.
hits the batter, and that's a walk-on. I think it's a tale for a lot of our Knights teams, whether it be football, lacrosse, softball, baseball. A lot of these teams are just coming together and acting more like teams. It's something that is really good to see. That's something that will create success on and off the field for our Southern Virginia Knights. Rachel Moore just hit one of the Wesley players, which caused a walk-on, but once again, she knows she's capable, and we see another Wesley player stepping up to bat now.
And it's first and third, 1 out for Wesley. And they already lead here 2-0 in the third inning. So Wesley's trying to have a big inning. Moore trying to get out of this third inning without allowing any more runs. There's a called strike. one's low. Throw down to third. Runners back easily. Well, Moore would like to get maybe a strikeout here or a pop-up on the infield.
That's one thing about softball and baseball I've noticed is low pitch.
Good block by Edwards, too, to make sure that wasn't a wild pitch, which might have allowed the runner on third to score.
But there's so much that can happen in one play in softball. There's so much that is capable of happening. And you always got to be paying attention. You always got to be making sure you're right on top of it.
Strike there.
Good job by Moore on that strike.
And you know she really wants to get the strikeout here, get the second
absolutely.
out.
And puts her mind a lot at ease.
Trying to
if she
keep it
gets
close,
that.
too, because the Knights have kind of struggled on offense in their first few innings.
Another strike by Moore. What a play, and that's another out for Moore.
Big strikeout there. So now it's first and third, 2 outs.
The Knights calling easy out for Moore. Let's see if she can make it an easy out.
That ball is low. Lindsay Seahawk is the pitcher for Wesley. She's the hitter right now. Runners at the corners. We're in the top of the third. It's 2-0 Wesley.
Ball's hit. Ball to home plate.
And they're going to rule that foul.
Foul. Luckily, looked like they could have gotten a a run on that for Wesley.
So we'll see if Moore can get the opposing pitcher and get out of the third inning with only allowing the 1 run so far. Low pitch.
I have to apologize to our listeners. I have a disclaimer. I've never played softball before, so I'm trying my best here. I'm just following the lead, so hopefully you can bear with me. But I'm excited to be here. So
Hey, if you play baseball, it's kind of like softball. Another low pitch. Boy, you know, Rachel Moore, all transplanting, really having problems with the control and not having problems. And it's just a matter of individual pitches, too, sometimes.
It is. It's kind of erratic. And I'm not sure what could be causing that, to tell you the truth. And that's another ball by Moore.
Nope,
That was a strike, excuse me. It looked like a ball from this angle.
That just must have got the inside corner.
That's good. That's 2. How many strikes is she on now?
I believe 2.
See if Moore can pull this off.
That one's fouled. I believe Seahawk, the opposing pitcher, struck out in the first inning, or the first time up. Wesley's had a lot of advantages, a lot of base runners, still just a couple of runs. That ball hit and hit
It's a
foul.
We would really like to see Moore get this strikeout. Sending Wesley off the field.
And then in the bottom of the third, the Knights will have the bottom of the order coming up as they are still looking for their first base runner. But the game's still close, 2-0 Wesley on top. Took something off. That pitch called strike. There's the strikeout for Rachel Moore. A couple of big strikeouts for Rachel to get out of a third inning jam. We have played 2.5, and Wesley's on top here, 2-0. Ready to go. Bottom of the third inning. Knights again still looking for their first base runner. They trail here in the bottom of the third inning, 2-0. And it's going to be the bottom of the order coming up for the Knights here in the third.
Absolutely. I have to say how impressed I was by Rachel Moore in that play, having one on first and one on third to be able to get a strikeout there. And she seems to play right on the edge. As soon as she's on the edge, she gets it out. So it's impressive.
And the second baseman right now, Brianna McGuire. Brie McGuire is the hitter. Tried to bunt her way on base and bunts foul. Tough for the Knights to really maybe get some offense from the bottom order. That's the part of the batting order that's really struggled here in 2016. But even if they don't get any runs this inning, we'll go to the fourth inning. It's only going to be 2-0. And as long as Rachel Moore can keep the Knights in, just a matter of getting some offense. Another bunt, another foul. Of course, Wesley has left a lot of runners on base in the first three innings. In some respects, Knights are fortunate only to be down 2-0.
Like you said, they just have to get this offense jump started here. Like you said, at this point in the game, the batting lineup isn't ideal for this point in the game. But there's a nice hit
to left field, and the left fielder diving catch.
What a play by Wesley.
McGuire made a nice hit out to left field, but as we just saw there, the Wesley left fielder dove, good position to make that catch, and makes the grab and robs McGuire of at least one base and maybe two.
That was an impressive play by the left fielder.
Now batting is the player, number 22, Aubrey.
So here is Aubrey Jorgensen, 5'8" freshman from Saratoga Springs, Utah, Westlake High School. Takes a called strike. Right fielder Helms is on deck. This is the eighth hitter for the Knights into the third inning, and they're again still looking for their first base runner. Seahawk wasting that pitch outside.
Seeing if she could draw the bat. Seahawk is definitely more consistent with her pitches.
Floated that one too high. Nice baseball also will be in action this weekend. There's a couple of games away from making the Capital postseason tournament. They need some big conference victories down the stretch, Jamie. They've got a heck of a third baseman, though. Very hot offensive player in Begg. And so Knights baseball will be in action this weekend as well as the lacrosse doubleheader coming up on Saturday.
Once again, to all our listeners, make sure to tune in and watch those games. Our Knights need your support. We know that we couldn't do it without you, so just make sure to tune in and see your Knights play and see your Knights win. We appreciate that.
And a good look for those who haven't a chance at maybe some of those really good lacrosse freshmen the men have.
Another
Not
foul.
to take anything away from the sophomores like Anthony Good and Casey Rich.
But it's a team that we know the Knights can build on, which is something that's really nice here at Southern Virginia. Being a Latter-day Saint affiliation, we know that a lot of these kids, they go on missions, they leave. That's what I did. And it's hard to build a team around that. It's hard to build a team after players leave, but Coach Lamb is hit by the Knights, and that's another out for the Knights. It's something that we see here at Southern Virginia University, something that's not uncommon, obviously, for players to leave, but like coaches that we have now, like Coach Lamb for the men's lacrosse team, knows how to build a team around that, which is so impressive.
when you got those mission trips for really the coaches to kind of build stability as far as like having a consistent lineup every year for a 2, 3, 4 year period.
Absolutely. But what is key to the Knights at any team is getting those players to come back, is retaining those players. And that's the thing that Southern Virginia has been working on doing, is retaining students.
Boy, for the right fielder Helms, they really pull in close. Infielders way in on the infield. The outfielders are almost at the edge of the infield dirt. Swinging strike there. Helms, kind of a slap hitter. Could go the other way down the left field line. Certainly wants to maybe bunt here and there. So everybody packed in tight on the Wesley defense. And Seahawk looking for maybe a strikeout here. That would be 9 up and 9 down if Helms doesn't get on base. Swung on and missed, and so it's 3 up, 3 down again for the Knights. We have played 3 innings. It's Wesley 2 and Southern Virginia nothing. Well, Jim Bresnahan, Jamie Kane back here at the fields at Southern Virginia University. Softball doubleheader. Wesley the opponent today, and we're through 3 innings, and Wesley's got a 2-0 lead. Knights offensively 9 up, 9 down. No hits, no base runners. Rachel Moore's pitched pretty well, and she's dodged some bullets, and Wesley has a couple of runs, and unless the Knights can pick up their offense, that might be enough for Wesley. We'll see.
Yeah, we sure hope now. We hope to see the Knights offense pick it up a little bit, get some hits out there. Once we see that batting lineup come back around, we hope to see that. But the Knights playing nice, loose, and easy, not looking too stressed out right now. They know that they can come back. This is an easy deficit to overcome. And so that's what we hope to see, is an overcoming that deficit.
And the key will be Rachel Moore here in the 4th inning to stop Wesley from scoring. 2-0 is a deficit the Knights can work on, but you don't want to fall any further behind. And there's a called strike right off the bat.
We saw Rachel Moore warming up in the beginning of this inning, and her pitches seemed a little bit more accurate, seemed a little bit more powerful, so we hope to see that in play. Another strike.
0-2. And the way her defense has played for the most part, you really don't mind let Wesley put that ball in play.
No, you don't at all.
She's had a few strikeouts, and I'm sure she doesn't mind getting the strikeouts. There's a weak hit right back to Moore. She fields, throws to first, and quickly 1 gone for Wesley.
1 out for Wesley. Hope to see 2 more. That was good play by the Knights defense there. Moore with some excellent pitches, and the Knights defense paying attention to what's going on and got a nice out.
Now Wesley's had base runners in every inning, this being the top of the 4th inning. So the Knights would love to see their first 1-2-3 inning defensively of the game. On attempt foul. Samantha Burns, leadoff hitter. This is her 3rd trip to the plate today. That one way high and over her head. They call that one outside, so now it's 2-1 on the leadoff hitter, the top of the order hitter, Samantha Burns. That one's low.
Another ball.
Rachel Moore in danger here of putting another base runner on.
Her first 2 pitches of this game were so clean. Hope to see that some more.
That one hit right back to Moore. Throws over.
Another out.
And Moore herself doing the job on the pitcher's mound to get a couple of quick outs here in the top of the 4th inning. And you got to like the way she really came after the hitter after she was within a ball of issuing a walk.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was a great play. The fact that she get the ball to the first base and get another out, she seems to be really the heart of this defense right now, which is nice to see.
Here is Bree Hartman. Took something off that pitch inside.
Also, number 18, first base, Molly Gabbert doing excellent play to make sure 2 outs already into this inning.
Couple of putouts. Rachel Moore trying to get her first 1-2-3 inning of the game here in the top of the 4th inning, trailing 2-0. And if that happens, then we'll see what the Knights' top of the order can do offensively. That one's low. Yeah, again, Rachel in danger of walking a hitter here after she got the first 2 hitters out. Called strike.
It's always those balls I think, oh, that's got to be a ball. And he always calls it a strike. I'm trying to keep up here.
He likes to call the inside corner, apparently.
He does. Oh,
that ball
nice
pounded.
hit.
And
caught.
Stites, the left fielder, right there to make the grab for the 3rd out. So that's the first 1-2-3 inning for Wesley on offense. And we have played 3.5. The score remains Wesley 2 and Southern Virginia University nothing. Jim Bresnahan, Jamie Kane back here, bottom of the 4th inning, ready to go from the fields at Southern Virginia University, Harvey Dryden Field, as the Knights trail, starting the bottom of the 4th inning. They trail 2-0 to Wesley. Top of the order coming up for the Knights. It'll be Rachel Moore, the pitcher, the leadoff hitter here in the 4th inning, as the Knights are looking for their first base hit, their first base runner of this game, trailing by 2.
We like to see some hits, like to see some runs, get some points on the board.
Seahawk, the pitcher, high with that pitch. More off-speed pitch a little bit there, and she was way in front of that pitch. As Seahawk, the pitcher, took a little something off that pitch, so it's called a swinging strike against Moore. That ball hit right back to the pitcher, and Seahawk throws Moore out. So that's 10 up and 10 down now for the Knights. Still looking for their first base runner and their first hit. And we'll see if the number 2 hitter, Tara Hilton, can get the job done.
I think Tara Hilton, doesn't she lead for home run hits, I think? I think she does.
She's one of the top Knights when it comes to stolen bases.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of.
And Knights certainly would like to start running on the base pass, but they have to get on first. They're still looking for their first base runner of the game. Seahawk gets a called strike. She's doing a pretty good job also. Seahawk is the Wesley pitcher of kind of changing speeds and keeping the Knights off guard. Another off-speed pitch, and that's a base hit.
Nice
First
hit.
base runner of the game for the Knights as Hilton got an off-speed pitch, Jamie, and she kind of waited on it, delayed a little bit, and ripped it to center field.
Yeah, got to first base. She was thinking about moving to second, but they got the ball back on the infield too fast, so she stayed on first. But it was a great hit. And hopefully she can make it to second, make it to home.
Now she has the ability to steal, but you're down 2-0 with one out here in the inning, and she doesn't want to try to steal and become the second out of the inning.
Need to be extremely cautious for this moment right here because they have an opportunity to get back on the board, to be a threat, and there she
Edwards
goes.
bunting.
And she does.
And
she
it's
gets
going
the
to
base.
roll foul. Third baseman
Oh.
decided for Wesley to let it roll, and fortunately for Wesley, rolled foul. So Hilton back to first base with one out. That pitch is high. Hilton's going to try to steal. The ball
And she
thrown into
does.
center field. And
What
Hilton
a
gets
play
the
by
steal.
Hilton. What a play. There you go. You're just talking about that, the ability to steal the base. That's actually what she does. That was a close call, though.
It was. Ball sailed on the catcher a little bit into center field, and now the Knights have to find a way to get a base hit to drive Hilton home with the first run of the game for the Knights. 2-0 here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Hilton ready to go at second base, and Edwards is the hitter, the catcher for the Knights. She pops it up left field, short left field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Hilton not able to advance, plays it safe. She didn't have to run, wouldn't have been in a forced play, so she decides to play it safe and stay at second base.
They got one on one and one on two.
So first and second, there's one out of the inning, and here is Gabbert, the first baseman.
The first baseman, number 18, Molly Gabbert.
She'd love to put one down the line, maybe drive home a couple of runs with a double.
The overall statistical leader, Molly Gabbert, to see back on the field.
She's got a home run this year. Hilton is the runner at second. Edwards is the runner at first. And again, one out here in the fourth inning. So the Knights have a couple of hits here in the fourth after getting no hit for the first three innings. There goes Hilton. And she is in a third, safe. And over to second base goes Sarah Edwards. That ball got away from the Wesley catcher just enough to allow the runners to advance. And suddenly a single would tie this game potentially. Second and third, one out for Gabbert now. That ball is hit towards the outfield, and it's going to drop for a base hit. Edwards is going to try to score, and she will, and the game's tied.
What a play by Gabbert to hit the ball. Both Hilton and Edwards both get on base. It's 2-2, Wesley Knights.
And the left fielder for Wesley, it looked like Jamie had a chance to get that ball, but it fell just in front of her. And she bobbled a little bit. And Edwards, she was a little indecisive coming around third base, but the coach over there said, come on, go home. And so now it's tied.
What a play by the Knights. That's exactly the momentum they wanted to see. And hopefully they can keep it going. Let's see another run. Let's get up 3.
And so with Gabbert on first base, here is Jordan Stites, the left fielder, with still just one out here in the fourth inning of a 2-2 game. So the Knights, through 3 innings, couldn't even get a base runner, Jamie, and now they've got 2 runs here in the fourth. And they're going to take Gabbert out of the game for, looks like, a pinch runner. for Moa Samfong. Ofa's going to come in and run. So she is at first. And obviously, Coach Courtney Hall taking Gabbard, her top hitter, out of the game, trying to get some speed out there at first base, thinking, hey, you know, let's grab the lead here in the fourth inning. So runner at first. Again, only one out here. And Stites, the left fielder, is the hitter. Off-speed pitch is a called strike.
The Knights have to be excited the fact that they're tied up now. They just want to extend the lead.
That
Another
ball
hit.
hit to shortstop. They'll go to second base for the lead runner. That's the second out. So Stites is now the runner at first. Two are out. And that will bring to the plate now for the Knights, Annie Clark. She'll try to deliver a big hit in this 2-2 game. Interesting move by Hall, Coach Hall, for the Knights, taking Gabbard out of the game for the pinch runner here in the fourth inning. Ball's popped up. Catcher there, makes the grab, third out of the inning. But the Knights have a big fourth inning. They scored twice, and we have played 4 innings with your scores: Southern Virginia 2 and Wesley 2. So Gabbard was just a pinch run for her. She stays in the game at first base, and that was a big fourth inning, Jamie, for the Knights. They scored twice. After the first 3 innings, they couldn't even get a base run or a base hit, but they were able to score twice in the fourth inning, and suddenly with 3 innings to go here, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th coming up, and we're on the top of the 5th now, suddenly it's a brand new game now at 2-2.
Yeah, the Knights have to be excited about what they did just an inning ago to tie the game up, 2 runs in 1 inning. And prior to that, none. So obviously they can do it, and they have the ability. Now it's up to Rachel Moore to, once again, pull some off that magic and get some strikeouts.
That's the key. Rachel has to keep Wesley off the board here in the 5th inning. And there's
what a
strike. Boy, she really had some heat on that pitch.
That was a beautiful pitch, and that's what we got to see more of from Rachel Moore. If she wants to be able to get these guys on base, get some more Knights out there, we got to see more pitches just like that.
Third base coach for Wesley, talking things over with the home plate up. Not sure what that's all about. I wonder, I know last game they hit out of order and allowed it. First strike thrown was a swinging strike. Rachel trying to get a 1-2-3 inning as she did in the 4th inning here in the top of the 5th. Ball fouled away, quickly 2 strikes.
You know, one thing that SVU's got going for us is the beautiful scenery around here, but I can't imagine how many balls we've lost over that cliff
Yeah, we've
over
talked
there.
about that with Mike Harmon. I don't know if he's the one or who goes down there to look for him.
I'm sure it's a nice little
Got to be a
hobby.
thankless job.
A nice little hobby to have. Go fetch the lost balls. A little pitch by Rachel Moore
And
on
I
that
don't know if it's
last pitch.
only softballs or maybe it's a few baseballs and lacrosse balls down there.
Oh, I'm sure there's a couple of. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a football down there.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you know, maybe we had a pretty good kicker back in the day that kicked one down there that we forgot about. So, if anybody wants to, you got a free game on lacrosse balls and baseballs down there. So,
Moore gets the hitter to pop up to McGuire at second base, and that's the first out of the fifth inning as Moore changed speeds and kind of fooled the hitter to make her pop up to second base for the first out.
and that's exactly what we're hoping to see from Moore. Is exactly what she just did there. Now she can keep that momentum with the next two batters and get some outs. That'd be a beautiful thing, and we could see the Knights have an opportunity to take the lead in this game.
Yeah, she has really turned her game around. She going into that main Presque Isle game,
Another
her
strike.
ERA was over 11, and she was averaging almost 2 walks per inning, and she really shut down Maine Presque Isle, only allowed 3 runs, and she's only allowed 1 run or 2 runs make that here in almost 5 innings of work against Wesley as that ball's hit to Clark.
To
And
first
he throws
base,
over
out.
and makes the play.
What a play by the Knights, and that's exactly what we're hoping to see.
This infield defense here in 2016 for the Knights, vast improvement over last year. As I said, last year I think they averaged 5, 6, 7 errors a game, at least early on in the 2015 season. And you can see, Jamie, how tight this defense is for the Knights.
Absolutely. And I think that just comes with experience with one another, and she just hit
another
the batter.
batsman.
So she walks to the first base. I think that's her 3rd hit on a batter today.
And it looked like there she was just trying to maybe come a little too close inside.
No, was that batter left-handed? Is
Yeah.
that like, so? That probably was a change for Rachel there. I'm trying to adjust to that, and that's probably what caused that hit.
So that puts a runner on with 2 outs here in the 5th inning. See if Moore can
Another low
let that
pitch.
go. Seems like whenever Wesley gets a little bit of an opening, at least for a pitch or two, Wesley or Rachel kind of loses her control. We'll see if she can regain her control here with 2 outs in the 5th inning.
Exactly, and I think that's what it comes down to a lot of times is just the nerves of the game. Wesley just has a hit, but it's a foul. It comes down to the nerves of the game and calming yourself and letting yourself know that at this point in the game, you need to do what you have to do and not let your emotions, your nerves, or your fears get the best of you. And I think that she's doing that just fine. I think she's staying calm. But, a lot of times we do get jittery as athletes, and you just want to keep your mind on the game and know what you got to do.
There's
low
a
pitch.
wild pitch.
And that's a stolen base for West number 42, Devin McKay.
And she gets to second base and suddenly is now in scoring position.
Now the Knights cannot allow another stolen base there. What we don't want to see is them be within 1 base of another run. We don't want to see that because, once again, the batting lineup has changed, and who knows when we'll be able to see another run by the Knights.
So Kayla Fromo hits the
What
ball
a
deep.
hit.
That ball is to the wall. It's going to score a run. It's going to be 3-2 Wesley. Going to be a long single for Fromo.
Devin McKay serving a run there.
Ripped that ball all the way to the center field wall and only got a single out of it.
That was a hit. Yeah, I'm surprised that she didn't go for another one. Luckily, the Knights were able to get the ball back to the inner field.
And suddenly Wesley has taken a 3-2 lead here in the top of the 5th inning.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Just there, the commentator's curse. I'm sorry. It's probably my fault.
Well, they got the first 2 outs of that 5th inning, but that hit batsman allowed Wesley to get a base runner. And now Wesley's got the lead back in the top of the 5th inning here, 3-2.
This is good to see, though. It's more of an exciting game now as it has been previously, so which is nice to see. We want to give a shout-out to our cameraman out in the field there doing such a good job of making sure we can see the play.
No question about it. And Craig Reese, our director, our webcast director.
Couldn't do without you, Craig.
Now running at first base.
I literally couldn't do it without him because I was hired by him, so this is really nice to have this.
At bat, his hitter, number 8, Megan DeRubio.
Pays for my gas.
Looks
my
like
car.
Wesley's going to make a few changes here. Well, it's only a 1-run lead right now for Wesley, and the Knights will still have 3 more times at bat.
definitely not insurmountable. They can come back once they did before and tie the game up. A pitch by Rachel Moore, which was a ball.
There are 2 outs now here. All the infielders for Southern Virginia kind of edging in, thinking maybe we might see a bunt here for Wesley. Called strike there. So Moore's trying to get out of this inning, only allowing that 1 run.
Number 99 for Wesley, Lauren Hoffman on first right now.
The hitter chops it right back to Moore, throws over to first, gets the runner, and that's it for Wesley in the 5th inning. They get a run, and we're going to the bottom of the 5th inning with your score. Wesley 3 and Southern Virginia 2. Well, Jim Bresnahan, Jamie Kane back here at Southern Virginia University. We're going to the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Knights, who tied the game in the 4th at 2-2, now trail 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Only down by 1, though.
You know, I have got to proclaim my love here for Southern Virginia University, playing Sweet Caroline at a softball game. Nothing gets me pumped up like some Neil Diamond, so.
Hey, you get those 30, 40-second clips. You think the college kids really know who Neil Diamond is?
I do.
Okay.
I'm 22, so I might be a little bit older than the rest of them, but, caught.
Popped up by the hitter and right into the hands of the Wesley catcher for the first out.
That was
McGuire is quickly the first out here in the 5th inning.
What an easy out for Wesley. Lucky break for that one.
Yeah, McGuire looked like she was trying to bunt. It's the bottom of the order here for the Knights. After McGuire, we got Aubrey Jorgensen with Helms, the right fielder, on deck.
Maybe Neil Diamond wasn't a good choice.
And if the Knights can't do any damage here with the bottom of the order, they will then have 2 shots at it, the 6th and the 7th inning, to try to maybe come back from at least a 1-run deficit.
We just got a strike. Number 12 for Wesley. Lindsay, is it Seahawk?
Mm-hmm.
Like a Seahawk?
Starting pitcher.
She's
Gave
done
up
a
2
really,
runs in the 4th inning.
She's done a super good job tonight with her pitching.
She floats that one in there.
I think, what is it? Shock? I just got a correction from number 4 for Wesley. Samantha Burns just corrected me.
The right fielder. Because we are situated in the just above the right field fence.
Yeah. That's funny, man. Just want to give a shout out for Samantha from being from Delaware. Thanks for that help there. I'm from Virginia.
Only a freshman, too.
Only a freshman.
1 out, nobody on here for the Knights. Swung on and missed. So quickly 2 outs, and here's the bottom of the order hitter now in Helms. The right fielder coming up. So if Helms can't get on, we're going to go to the 6th inning in a 1-run game. And you can see, Jamie, how everybody pulls in now. Outfielders are almost in the infield for Helms. Known to be a hitter, that light hitter, likes to slap the ball to the left side or maybe drag bunt. And, boy, you think, if Helms could really hit the ball out to where we are.
That's what I was thinking. If she can just nail that ball, she'd be in a sweet position to make a run.
Yeah, she could run all day. The right fielder is almost where the second baseman usually is.
That surprised me in that call. That looked like a ball to me with that. Once again, that was a strike.
So Shock, the pitcher for Wesley, is trying to complete her fifth inning of work. That
There you
ball
go.
is hit
Yeah.
foul.
Foul. Shock. Can't forget that. I'll get corrected again by the outfielder. Shock.
You should have been filming that, by the way.
I should have. Dang
Posted
it.
it someplace.
I should have put it on my Snapchat.
Popped
There we
up.
go. Hit.
First baseman makes the grab, and that's the third out of the inning. We have played 5. It is Wesley 3 and the Knights 2.
Heading into the sixth inning.
We are ready to go here, top of the sixth inning, with the Knights trailing here 3-2. Wesley coming up to hit. 1-run lead for Wesley now as we start the top of the sixth inning. Knights will have 2 more chances at it, bottom of the sixth and bottom of the seventh down a run. Wesley jumped on top in this game 2-0. Knights scored 2 runs in the fourth inning to tie the game. Wesley got a run of the fifth to take the lead. First game of a doubleheader today. Probably expected that Muse will be the pitcher for the Knights in the second game.
Pinch hitting for the Wolverines. Number 17, Casey Beal.
Casey Beal, a junior, will pinch hit here for the Wesley Wolverines. Rachel Moore, her sixth inning of work. She's pitched 5 so far. She's given up 3 runs. Had her control problems, but worked out of a lot of jams today. Has kept her team in it. They only trail by 1 here, 3-2 in the top of the sixth inning. 2-0 to Beal. Rachel Moore hoping for a 1-2-3 inning like she had in the fourth inning. Another low pitch. Now 3 balls on the hitter. Moore hits the hitter with the pitch, low pitch, hits her in the leg. And on 4 pitches, another base runner for Wesley. So Casey Beal, the junior, reaches first base. And now Morgan Seymour, the shortstop, will come to the plate. So 1 on, nobody out for Wesley here in the sixth inning. The Wolverines are trying to score some runs to add to their 3-2 lead. And suddenly, Rachel Moore's control has deserted her. That's the 5th ball in a row she's thrown here to start the sixth inning. Moore's pitch hit to second base. It skips off the glove of McGuire. She throws to first, and they get the runner. They get the hitter at first base. And Beal moves over to second base as McGuire stuck with that ball after she dropped it. She picked it up and threw it just in time to get the hitter at first base, and that's a big out. So 1 out, runner at second. And here is Samantha Burns, leadoff hitter, the freshman right fielder, with a runner at second. High pitch as Edwards was able to pull that one down. Beal ready to go at second base with 1 out here in the top of the 6th, and Moore's pitch is low. Moore's next pitch to Burns. That's a ball. Moore digging herself into a hole here. Doesn't want to put a runner on. That would put first and second with 1 out. Knights want to try to keep this deficit at just 1. They trail 3-2. There's a called strike. Another called strike. So 2 big called strikes in a row for the pitcher, Rachel Moore, as she tries to get the second out of the inning. Burns, the lefty freshman, grounds the ball to Moore. She'll throw over the head of Gabbard. Threw it too hard and too wide. The other runner from second base will score on the wild throw by the pitcher. That'll be an unearned run, an error on the pitcher. And the run scores to make it 4-2 Wesley here in the 6th inning. Now Moore had plenty of time to get Burns at first base. And it would have been runner at third with 2 outs. Instead, now runner at first, still just 1 out. And Wesley has a 4th run in the ball game. Bunt attempt. Moore throws wildly to first base. Safe at first, safe at second. First and second, still just 1 out. And so Wesley now bunting and really making the pitcher Moore work for it. And it's first and second with 1 out here for Wesley in the 6th inning. And they've got a chance here to really put this game away with a 2-run lead now in the 6th inning. Conference on the mound for the Knights, talking things over, trying to make sure no one else scores for Wesley. Trying to keep this at the worst, a 2-run deficit for the Knights. Knights started out this game trailing 2-0, scored 2 in the 4th to tie it. Wesley scored a run in the 5th. So far, a run here in the 6th. And the Wolverines have first and second with still just 1 out here in the 6th inning. Trailing, the Knights are now 4-2. Nina Marcano, the catcher, 5'5" junior. And now the hitter here for Wesley with first and second and 1 out. Called strike. Moore just has to forget about those wild throws to first and try to get these last 2 outs of the 6th inning. Called strike as both runners will take bases. Stolen bases for Wesley to move up from first and second now to second and third. Again, only 1 out here in the 6th inning, but now 2 strikes on the hitter. Rachel needs the strikeout now, or maybe a pop-up on the infield. Took something off that pitch. It's high, ball. Moore ready to pitch to Marcano. Low. Doesn't want a walker here. That ball hit right to Gabbard, the first baseman. She makes the grab. That's the second out. So now second and third, 2 outs for Wesley here in the 6th inning. Big out there for Rachel Moore. She has done a pretty good job throughout this contest, stranding Wesley base runners. Wesley has left a lot of people on base. They still lead here 4-2, the Wolverines do. So 2 outs, second and third. And Rachel Moore will go to work on the next hitter now. That pitch inside, it's a ball. Just the cleanup hitter, Ashley Boyer. Called strike. So 1-1. Moore just has to forget about the base runners and concentrate on the hitter with 2 outs in the inning. 1-1 pitch. Tried to go outside. It's a ball. Two and one now on Boyer. There's a called strike on the inside corner now. 2-2. Moore trying to get out of the 6th inning with only a run allowed. It's 4-2 Wesley here. Outside now 3-2. Let's see if Moore can bear down and get Boyer out here for the 3rd out of the inning. That ball hit foul. Three and two to Boyer. She's the cleanup hitter for Wesley here in the top of the 6th inning. Moore's pitches, ball 4, bases loaded, 2 outs. Now I believe Devin Mackey, the junior left-hander, will come to the plate. She got hit by a pitch last time up. So it is first, as the base is loaded now, there's 2 outs in the inning. Moore needs to get this hitter, not allow a run. That ball hit in between the base runner and Clark for a single. It's going to score 2 runs, and now it is 6-2 Wesley. So second and third, still 2 gone here in the top of the 6th inning, but Wesley has now a 4-run lead. Big single there. First and second for Wesley with 2 outs in the inning. So the Wolverines have scored 3 times here in the top of the 6th inning. Kayla Fromal, who hit the ball all the way to the center field wall last time up, comes to the plate. Wesley jumped down top 2-0. The Knights scored 2 in the 4th to make it 2-2. Wesley scored a run in the 5th. They've scored 3 here in the 6th to take a 6-2 lead. First and second. Pitch is inside. That pitch is outside. Moore trying to settle down here with 2 on and 2 out in the 6th inning and try to get out of this inning. That ball's low. That's a walk, and it loads the bases again with 2 outs. That'll bring up Kateri Peters, freshman outfielder. Oh, looks like it's going to be Megan DeRubio, the freshman instead, who will come to the plate with bases loaded and 2 outs here for Wesley. That pitch a called strike. 6-2, Wesley on top in the top of the 6th inning. This inning started with a 1-run game. Now it's a 4-run game. That ball hit towards Moore, throws over to first, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. Wesley scores 3 times. We're in the middle of the 6th inning with the score. Wesley 6 and Southern Virginia 2. Jim Bresnahan back here at Southern Virginia University, ready to go. Bottom of the 6th inning. Wesley, its biggest lead of the game, 6-2. Wolverines on top of the Knights as we play the bottom of the 6th inning. Wesley jumped on top by a 2-0 score. Knights tied the game with 2 in the 4th. Wesley got a run in the 5th and then added 3 more in the top of the 6th inning to take the Wolverines' biggest lead so far this first game of a doubleheader, 6-2. Wesley on top as we get ready to go. Bottom of the 6th inning. Knights have 6 outs to try to get at least 4 runs, maybe to tie the game. New pitcher for Wesley, too. Looks like that's going to be Destiny Davis coming in, 5'5" sophomore. Knights trying to get their leadoff hitter on here in the 6th inning. That's low. Knights got 2 runs in the 4th, but still trail now by 4 here in the 6th inning. Called strike. Rachel Moore, leadoff hitter for the Knights, top of the batting order. Trying to get something going here to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. Grounds it foul. That ball hit by Moore to shortstop, and she is quickly out number 1 here in the 6th inning.
Coming to the plate for the Knights, center fielder number 1, Tara Hilton.
Tara Hilton, a hitter now. 1 out for the Knights. In the last of the 6th inning, trailing here 6-2. Off-speed delivery doesn't quite get to the plate. Edwards is the on-deck hitter for the Knights, who now trail by 4. Fouled off, and again the relief pitcher here for Wesley, Destiny Davis, 5'5" sophomore from Salisbury, Maryland. Trying to nail down the victory for the starting pitcher, Lindsay Schock. Hilton fouls again. Tara Hilton trying to get on base and get something started with 1 out in the 6th inning. Davis is pitch roped by Hilton into right field for a single. Good job by the right fielder, Burns, to cut that off to make sure it didn't go through and all the way to the fence. So Hilton's at first base. Last time she was at first, she got a steal of second.
At bat for the Knights, the catcher number 7, Sarah.
1 out. The Knights again trailing here by 4. They started the 6th inning only down by 1. Now it's a 4-run deficit. Called strike on Edwards, the catcher. Gabbard is the on-deck hitter for the Knights. That ball hit right to short. They get the lead runner. Throw over to first is not in time, so now you got Edwards at first base with 2 outs. And Gabbert will come to the plate. She delivered the 2 RBIs single in the 4th inning to tie the game momentarily at 2. But Wesley was able to get a run in the 5th and then added 3 more in the 6th.
Now batting, number 18, the first baseman, Molly Gabbert.
Knights looking for a 2-out rally with a runner at first and 2 gone. Throw down, and Edwards gets back to first base. Everett waiting on Davis's pitch, fouls it off. He's shocked the junior started for Wesley, went 5 innings, and now Davis here in the 6th inning. Edwards ready to go from first base with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Off-speed pitch, hit down to second base, over to first. That's the 3rd out for the Knights. We played 6, and it's Wesley 6, Southern Virginia 2. Jim Bresnahan back here at the fields at Southern Virginia University, now joined by Mike Harmon as we get ready to play the 7th inning with Wesley on top here, Mike, by a 6-2 score. The Wesley Wolverines jumped on top 2-0. The Knights got a great rally in the 4th inning to tie the game at 2. But Wesley scored 1 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th for a 6-2 lead. And overall, the Knights have played pretty good defense, but lapse here or there has really cost them.
Well, looking at the scoreboard, 4 errors and 5 walks, that constitute a lot of opportunities for the Wolverines that they've taken advantage of. The Knights really need a 1-2-3 inning now to get back in and try to get some bats going.
I don't know if they have the stat for left on base, because we were saying earlier that Wesley has despite having 6 runs, they've left a lot of people on base, and 6-2, but it could be a lot worse if the Wolverines had maybe some timely hits.
You know, in the last inning, I know they had bases loaded, and it's been like that just about the whole night. I've been watching at home while I was waiting for some things to happen at my house so I could get here to join you, but there's been some opportunities that the Wolverines have not been able to take advantage of, or else this game could have been really blown open.
Rachel Moore has tried to hang in there. She's put runners on base almost every inning. I think in the 4th maybe it was a 1-2-3 inning. And at times she's really overpowered the hitters, Mike. At other times she's really struggled with her control.
And that's just been what we talked about last time we were broadcasting and she was pitching, is she's either right down and on top of things, or there's moments of just being wild and low ball after low ball after low ball.
Yeah, got a strikeout that time. It just seems when she does put a runner on, it's a different, obviously, for pitchers. You're pitching with nobody on base and really no pressure. You relax. You start putting people on, and the pressure builds.
Yeah, especially the pressure starts building when you have teams that come in and will put the ball in play.
Yep, gets put in play to Annie Clark, and she throws over to first quickly. 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Knights really would like to get that conference victory in the Capital Conference here in softball.
It would be outstanding for them, and they
never have done that.
Never have done it, and having great opportunities now. This team we talked about has opportunities to win some conference games.
They got to remember this was 2-2, the top of the 5th.
But again, the errors and the walks just start to pile up, and if you make 1 or 2 errors in a softball game, that's the difference of the game.
Well, especially in capital play.
Oh.
And Wesley, as we've talked about, coming 8-8 on the season, you can see they're a very good team. Maybe they could obviously increase their hitting a little bit, but good pitchers, good reliable defense for Wesley too. But boy, you look down the Capital standings, just as far as the overall records, the 4 teams that are above Wesley: York 17-5, Frostburg 14-6, Newport and Salisbury both 19-4.
Well, and you know Newport and Salisbury, they don't play anybody that's not regionally ranked because that will lower their standings nationally. And speaking of Salisbury, they'll be here tomorrow to play. So it's out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak.
Yeah. And we mentioned also, Mike, a big lacrosse doubleheader coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, it's huge for both teams trying to either get into that top 6 position or for the men's team stay in the 5th position. But this
the women obviously are just trying to get a conference victory.
Conference
but
victory.
I'm thinking at this stage, I know we talked about this the other day during the main Presque Isle doubleheader, as that ball's hitting the no man's land of the infield for an infield single. At this stage, especially as you mentioned a couple of days ago, with that tough schedule still left, how do you rate the men's chances, maybe 50-50 to maybe land one of those top 6 spots?
Well, it's going to really depend on what.
Because I'm thinking it's one win, maybe one additional win at this
Well,
stage.
one additional win, but you're looking at Christopher Newport,
Right.
Frostburg, and York. And all 3 of them are either ranked in the top 20 or receive votes for the top 20. So it's going to really depend on what some of the other teams that are below the Knights do. If they keep on losing streaks, then the Knights kind of sneak in the back door because
By not winning again, maybe.
by not winning again. Now, we're not saying that they're not going to win again. They're just going to up their game tremendously over the next 3 games.
Rachel Moore trying to get out of the 7th inning with a runner at first.
Yeah, and that like you said, Jim, that was just a CNI hit right where nobody could get to it.
Tall order, though, for the Knights in the bottom of the 7th, Mike, to get at least 4 to tie the game. Provided, of course, Wesley doesn't score any more runs here.
Well, that's the big key. The Knights have to stop them here, and then when they go into bat, they can't think about we have to score 4 runs. It's we need base runners, and then let things happen the way they're supposed to.
Down to McGuire, couldn't handle it. Stops it from going to the outfield. Infield single, 1st and 2nd. And about the only thing she could have done, Mike, is grab it and try to flip it, provided Andy Clark was over there at shortstop.
Yeah, that
over
was,
at second base.
That would have been the only play that she could have made is a flip to second base. And she would have had to really just field that cleanly. But even if she did field it cleanly, her momentum taking her past second base, that still would have been a hard flip.
So 1st and 2nd. And I believe the Knights will be headed, as far as their offense is concerned, at the bottom of the 7th, towards the bottom of the order. So it's going to be really tough to rally. And right now they would need 4 runs, provided, of course, Wesley doesn't get a big hit here.
And we know that on contact, the runners will be off. So anything that gets to the outfield on the grass, there's going to be someone going home.
We were talking earlier, too, that we'll expect Muse to pitch the second game, whereas the other night she pitched game 1, and it was Moore in game 2.
And just a flip-flop of personnel, I guess. Coach Hall felt like Rachel performed well enough to earn a start in the first game and maybe just try to buoy up her confidence a little bit more.
Then, and you can't really do it, obviously, but if you were able to, if you could take away the walks and the errors, this could be a completely different ball game as that ball is hit to third base and off the hands of the third baseman. And that's unusual. Gastelum couldn't play that one, Mike, and she has been almost letter perfect all game long at third base.
Well, this is where the Knights come out, and you can see them start to get tight now. The first person got on base, and things started to tighten up a little bit. Second person gets on base, and you can just see the fielders starting to they're just a different posture, and they look like stone almost.
And you can see, although they haven't scored yet, Mike, how teams can possibly score without the ball leaving the infield.
Yeah, and that's just something that the Knights need to work on also is working on just making contact and infield hits. Watching Alabama play against
that ball is hit
jerk
way foul.
I was watching Alabama.
That's almost by the lacrosse field behind us.
Alabama was playing against I forget who, but their first 3 batters come up with 3 bunts. Bases are loaded. and then a hit batsman, and you get your first run across with no outs. So short really be beneficial.
Yeah,
and
when you've got the speed the Knights have, we saw them steal a lot of bases against Maine Presque Isle. You maybe add a bunting game into that, and I know I'm sure most hitters would like to really ram the ball to the outfield as opposed to bunting for a single, but as you mentioned, a bunt here, stolen base, you can really put pressure on the other team.
And that's what the game of softball is all about, is putting pressure on the pitcher and the infielders. The outfielders, they don't feel so much pressure until there's going to be a play at the plate, and then they have to come in a little bit closer.
That ball's high. Rachel doesn't want to walk anybody here, down by 4.
Yeah, again, a free pass would just really start to doom the Knights' hopes of coming back in the bottom of the 7th.
She's trying to keep it where she doesn't have a walk per inning. That ball is hit deep towards the gap in right center. Oh,
Helms.
Nice catch by Helms at the wall in right center field, Mike. And you got to credit Katie Rose Helms making the play there, as she had to watch the ball and make sure she didn't ram into the fence.
Yeah, and I know the outfielders really work on when they're coming back on the ball. They get to the warning track. Once they hear the crunch underneath their feet, they know they got one more step, and great job by Katie.
So the Knights will go to the top or the bottom of the 7th inning, trailing here by 4. Your score, it is Wesley 6 and the Knights 2. Well, the Knights are down to their final 3 outs here as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 6-2, Wesley on top. Jim Bresnahan joined by Mike Harmon here for the final 3 outs, Mike. And if the Knights don't rally and end up losing this first game of the doubleheader, they have to put it behind them because they still got game number 2 to go.
Well, that's one of the great things about softball is you always got that next game, so you don't have too much time to dwell on things. Knights are in the middle of the lineup now, 5, 6, and 7. And again, they don't have to come up and try to bash home runs or doubles or triples, just singles or get on base somehow. Get a base on balls or a hits batsman, anything. Get the bases to where they're loaded, and we can see what type of pressure Wesley can handle.
This is a relief pitcher. The ball lined to shortstop for the out. Again, it is the relief pitcher Destiny Davis getting Jordan Stites to line out to shortstop. And I'll tell you, the shortstop for Wesley has been extremely busy throughout the contest today, fielding line drives and ground balls.
Well, the Knights have been putting the ball into play, and that's all you can ask. Well, you could ask for, some CNI singles and all, but as long as they're putting ball in play and making good hard contact, eventually things will start to come around. With the relief pitcher, you're starting to see more and more and more of that in college softball now, where you have a starting pitcher go about 5 innings and then bring in someone with a little bit different look, try to close things out.
Annie Clark, the hitter, swings and misses. I think she's had a couple of errors today. Made some nice plays at shortstop. And, we've seen it. When you temporarily lose control, put people on with walks, and you combine that with maybe an error or two here, it really can change the game around.
Well, and you can ask any coach in the nation, if a runner gets on by an error, it's just an invariable fact that they're going to come around to score. There's almost nothing you can do about it.
There's the ball hit to the outfield short, and it's going to land for a base hit for Annie.
You know, and again, that goes down as just as a single. And if you ask Annie, she'll say, "Well, I mishit it, and maybe it wasn't the greatest thing." It's a single.
Yep.
Just get on base. I know I talked to some of the girls in our local high school and asked them how they're doing, and they won a game the other day, 12-0. And everyone I asked them, like, "Well, so how did you hit?" "Oh, I'm terrible." Well, they went 3 for 4 or 3 for 3 or
They can only think of the out, huh?
yeah, it is. Well, I didn't put the ball in play hard,
Hit
or
the ball
I just
over the fence.
yeah, I just hit a couple singles, but it wasn't hard. And it's like, well, no one, when you look at the box score, no one knows if you just bloop it in or if it's a screaming single. So great job by Annie.
Especially, we're talking about Perry McClure here in Buena Vista, especially when you beat your rival
Yeah.
like that, you know.
Yeah, that was totally unexpected for the girls. They thought it was going to be a really tough back and forth game, and just came out, and all of a sudden the bats woke up for them.
So Annie Clark's at first. Knights again trail here, though, by 4, 6-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Clark trying to get the steal, and she is out. Good throw by the catcher, and I don't think Annie got the greatest jump from first base.
No, she didn't, and I understand trying to put an advantage there and get into scoring position, but you're down by 4. So any out that you get is just detrimental to you.
Right.
So it's just station to station now. But, you know, we saw Coach Hall in the last doubleheader that we had against Maine Prescott. She's being aggressive, and she's telling her girls, we're going to compete. So, you know, more power to her.
Maybe that's priming them to really run on the base pass in game number 2.
We can hope so. Again, put pressure on the defense is something that you have to do in the game of fast pitch.
So the Knights are now down to their final 2 outs here in the 7th inning. That ball is hit to short. Throw over.
That's it.
And that is it. That was the second out. So there's the third out right there, and the Knights end up losing this game by a final score of 6-2, Mike, as, again, to recap, the Knights trailed early 2-0, tied this game in the 4th inning with a couple of runs at 2-2, gave up a run in the 5th, and then the really deciding top of the 6th inning where Wesley scored 3 to put the game out of reach and ends up winning the game 6-2.
Well, again, they can go back and they can look at several things that they did to themselves. The errors, the 4 errors that they committed led to runs. The 5 walks that Rachel Moore had led to some runs. And you have to give the hand to Wesley. You can have all these things happen for you, but if you don't do something to take advantage of it, those runs don't score. So Wesley took advantage of those things. The Knights, if they clean it up, we could see a difference in the second game.
Yeah, and this is a big doubleheader for Wesley, too. They came in 1-1 of the conference, where they were looking for a doubleheader sweep to make sure that they could climb up the conference standings.
Well, and like we said, any sport in the Capital Athletic Conference, any win that you can get is just that much sweeter because there is not an easy game.
So Wesley with the victory again, now 2-1 in the conference, 9-8 in the season. The Knights dropped to 0-3 in the Capital Conference and 5-18 on the season. Game 2 is still to come, about 20-25 minutes away, so make sure you stay with us for the second game of the Wesley Southern Virginia softball doubleheader. Final score in Game 1, though, it was Wesley 6 and the Knights 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Southern Virginia University. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon, getting ready to bring you Game 2 of this doubleheader with the Wesley Wolverines. Wesley won the first game, 6-2. We're ready to go here in the nightcap in game number 2. Knights will come into this ball game with a record of 0-3 in the Capital Conference, 5-18 on the season. Mike, they're trying to, again, pick up that first Capital victory, and they're going to do so seeing Rachel Moore go back out there as the second game starting pitcher after she threw game number 1.
Yeah, Moore's going to have to go out. Muse is not available tonight. Hopefully she'll be available tomorrow, or else Rachel has a huge test in front of her.
Well, I know you've talked about this repeatedly, that you can, it's not like baseball. You can go out and throw both games of a doubleheader.
You can of a doubleheader, but you don't want to have to go back-to-back and throw 4 games in 2 days. That just really starts to wear on you. Maybe not so much foul ball. Maybe not so much on your arm, but your legs start to get really heavy and tired. So it looks like the lineup, at least in the defensive lineup, stays the same for the Knights from the first game.
Yep, that's got Gaslam, looks like at third, Annie Clark, shortstop, Gabbert, the first baseman, and Bree McGuire at second. Edwards behind the plate. Stites, Hilton, Helms in the outfield. And Rachel Moore trying to get the leadoff hitter here for Wesley. The right fielder, Samantha Burns, who actually talked to us in the first game.
Oh.
Talked to Jamie. Told us all about the starting pitcher.
And from what I saw, she is kind of the spark plug for the engine that Wesley has. Slap hitter, left-handed. Very quick getting down the line, so put her at the top of the lineup and try to, again, put a lot of pressure on the Knights' defense.
And I'm sure Wesley went into that first game and probably the same battle plan for the second game. Try to make Rachel Moore really work for it, and if she gets into control problems, take advantage of it. As there's a slap pass, Annie Clark at short and into center field for a base hit.
And it's going to really be tough on Rachel now. After Wesley's been able to see her so many times in that first game, she's going to have to change her cadence a little bit, hold the ball a little bit longer in the circle, pitch backwards a little bit, meaning start out with something slow and then move to something fast.
Do you anticipate Wesley might obviously take 2 or 3 pitches per at-bat to maybe really make her work?
Well, I'm sure that they're sitting on some pitch that they saw earlier in the first game and say, if that pitch comes in again, we're going to take it.
There's a bunt, and it is called foul.
And the field's very, very playable, but very soft from the rain that we've had earlier in the day and in the week. So any type of bunt is going to really just
hit the dirt and just die.
Yeah, they're not going to be moving very far, so it's going to be, the corners are really going to have to be on their toes and ready to charge forward.
Rachel Moore low with that pitch.
This is,
I believe in the first game, in the 7 innings that she worked, only 1 inning was she able to get a 1-2-3 inning. That was the 4th inning of the first game.
and this is where Rachel's going to have to go back to her mechanics and just work on spin and not try to do so much.
Oh, that's going to be an error. Gaslam tried to hit McGuire in stride, much like we saw in the first game, and there's another error. Helms throwing, but it doesn't go past into the dugout, and boy, I'll tell you, Gaslam was trying to hit McGuire in stride, just like Andy Clark from the shortstop position in game number 1 was trying to hit her in stride for a 4-shot at second, and just nowhere near her.
Yeah, that's a tough play, especially with as far over as McGuire is playing. Gaslam needs to look up, see how close she is or how far away she is, and make the determination. Can't make the play. Get at least 1 out.
Yeah, I was thinking both of those situations. I know you want to get the lead runner, but in some cases you just take the out where you can get it.
Well, yeah, and if you look at teams that turn that type of a double play, the third to second to first, the second baseman is shading so far towards second base that it's 2 or 3 steps.
There's a swinging strike, second and third, and nobody out here in the top of the first for Wesley. Wesley didn't break that first game open until the top of the sixth when they scored 3 runs to make it a 3-2 lead, a 6-2 ball game. There is a bunt. Edwards grabs, throws over to third, and the runner at third gets back to load the bases. So Edwards must have thought no chance at first base. I'll take a shot at third. Instead now bases loaded, nobody out.
Well, her momentum was taking her towards third base, and being a right-handed thrower, she would have to grab the ball, adjust her feet, and come around and try to make the throw down to first base. Saw the third base runner off a little bit, so taking a chance.
Ashley Royer, now the cleanup hitter with bases loaded and nobody out here in the top of the first inning. In the first game, in the first inning, Wesley had second and third and 1 out, couldn't score. Now they've got bases loaded, nobody out here in the first inning of game 2. That pitch low.
And again, I can't emphasize enough how Rachel has to go back just to her mechanics, not try to overthrow the ball, just work on spin, because the Knights are hoping that this is a 7-inning game.
And you don't want to walk anybody with the bases loaded and just give Wesley a run. That ball is hit towards second. McGuire fields, gets it over to first. Run scores. So 1 out, second and third, 1-0 Wesley.
Well, I understand the premise of not having the infield in is it's the first inning, but it's the first inning, and you don't want to get behind that much. If McGuire was playing up in front of the baseline there was a shot to get the Burns out at home plate.
So here's Devin McKay, first baseman. She puts the ball towards the outfield. Stites running in. It's going to fall. 1 run is in. Runner at second goes to third. Hitter stops at first. First and third. 1 out. 2-0 Wesley. So the Wolverines able to guide that ball into the outfield, right between the infielders and the left fielder Stites. And now it's first and third. 1 out here for the Wolverines in the top of the first inning. And now it's going to be Kayla Fromell, who in the first game put the ball all the way near the center field wall and got a single out of it.
Well, now where the Knights defense really has to be tight. Anything that's close to them, they're going to have to make sure it either stays in front of them or make a tremendous play on it to get the outs.
That ball fouled down the right field line.
You know, it's very interesting that the Wolverines hadn't sent the runner at first base yet. Keeps you out of double play.
Yeah,
although
they haven't really been stealing too many bases, at least in that first game. Not running like the Knights did the other night against Maine Presque Isle.
with 1 out, you automatically want to send that first base runner. Keeps you out of a double play at least. And if the Knights do throw down to second base, then you can score from third base. So the Knights are reaping some benefits by the Wolverines not sending the runner.
Yeah. Wesley, in that first game, Mike, didn't really strike me as a dominant offensive club, but they got the job done.
And that's all you can ask if you're a coach, is just get the job done, right? Get the win.
There goes the runner. And she's going to try the duck and back.
Now they need to run right at the runner now.
And they throw the ball over the head of the catcher, and the runner from third scores, and the other runner will go all the way from first to third as McKay drew the throw. I don't know if she was actually trying to steal or got caught in between on purpose.
Oh, she was trying to draw the throw.
But Clark threw home and threw it way over the head of the catcher, and so another run scores. Only 1 out, and now it's 3-0 Wesley here with a runner at third base.
That was a big mistake by Clark at shortstop. Anytime you have a runner hung up between home and third, you want to run at the runner, make them declare where they're going. Plus, it gets you closer. You don't have to throw the ball as far.
You know, in a situation like that, if Wesley isn't careful, both runners could be out.
Yeah.
Instead, Wesley gets a run, gets the other runner over to third, still just 1 out, and Wesley has jumped on top here 3-0 in the first inning. It just shows you we really haven't seen Wesley banging the ball
No,
around here in the
not
first
at all.
inning, and they've picked up 3
Well,
runs and have a runner at third base.
All they've done is they've put the ball into play, and the Knights have made some errors, and they've taken advantage of that.
Rachel getting a little wild now, walks that hitter.
Now, this is also goes back to some lack of depth that the Knights have right now. Obviously, deeper than last year. So, Coach Hall is making some strides in trying to get some depth.
And
but
up until this game, or really, I guess a few times in the first game, but Rachel really seemed to have the control problems under control, and now it's getting it away from her again.
again, very young in the circle. Emotions can start to run high, and then once those things start to take away from your mechanics, the ball can go anywhere.
Called strike with the runners in the corners. That off-speed pitch hit to the outfield, base hit, another run score. Stites bobbles the ball but gets it in. First and second, 1 out. And 4-0 Wesley.
Again, you can see the offensive philosophy of Wesley, station to station. Nothing really trying to extend any type of runs.
Not
further.
flashy. You're not going
No.
to see gappers or balls flying over the fence for 2, 3, 4 runs here and there. It's just, as you mentioned, station to station, and they've put together 4 runs. There's a bunt, more throws, and gets the runner at first base with McGuire covering. So now it's second and third. There are now 2 outs in the inning. And this is huge coming up, Mike. If they can get out of here with 4 runs given up, that's bad enough. If you allow a hit here, it's going to be 6-0 Wesley.
Yeah, and you got to bring the infield in a little bit, and the outfield has to come in a little bit. With the slapper, you don't want to be playing that far back because their whole idea is if I can make the ball hit the ground twice, I'm on first base. So the infield, especially the corners, need to come up a little bit. Also, the second baseman and shortstop need to take a few steps in with this slapper. The outfield needs to go in about 2 or 3 steps.
There is a bunt foul. That was the other problem that Rachel had, I think, in game 1. We had walks, we had errors. We also had, I think, 3, 4 hits Batmans.
Yeah,
So, which is just about the same thing as a walk.
giving players free bases, and you can't do this when you get to this level.
Rachel Moore trying to get out of the first inning. Called strike 3. That's the 3rd out of the inning. Wesley scores 4 times. We'll go to the bottom of the first with Wesley on top here, 4-0. We're ready to go here. Bottom of the first inning. Knights trail 4-0. Unlike Game 1, when the Wesley Wolverines had second and third one out in the first inning of Game 1, couldn't score, and the Knights didn't fall behind early in the first inning of Game 1. But unlike that first game here in game number 2, Mike, they start the bottom of the first down by 4 runs.
Yeah, and a lot of it was unearned runs, so that's something that Knights are going to have to shore up. Again, now they got to get back into the idea and the routine of we just got to get on base any way possible.
Sidney Botch is the pitcher, starting pitcher, lefty pitcher, freshman for Wesley. You mentioned Salisbury; they're 19-4 on the season, so it's really a tough chore. Game 2 this weekend. When you look ahead, Mike, for the Knights softball team as the leadoff hitter, grounds to second base, and Rachel Moore is retired quickly for the first out.
Yeah, you don't have any time off in the Capital Athletic Conference. You go from a good team to either another good team or a good team to a very good team.
Really for all teams, but especially for softball, it's really a compact schedule. Lots of games in just a few days.
Yeah, and if you're missing one or two of your key people, that can throw everything off.
Well, you mentioned, the personnel. They've been playing a lot better in the field defensively for the most part. The hitting is starting to pick up, and you've got 2 dependable pitchers in Moore and Muse. How is it going to be for Coach Hall to really develop, as you talked about just a few seconds ago, trying to get depth for this team?
Well, again, that comes back to recruiting. And when you come in as a new coach, you hope that you're given 4 recruiting cycles before you're really evaluated. And if you can see steady progress and climbing and better play on the field and more kids in your dugout each and every year, then you know you're heading in the right direction. And we can definitely say from last year to this year, there was a huge jump in the level of play.
Yeah, last year, at the very end of last year, correct me if I'm wrong here, but, I mean, they actually had to go out and get a player to join them at the very end on a senior day, because otherwise there was going to be, 9 or 10 players. And this year they've got a few extra players on the bench. Ideally, where would they like to have the entire roster, just as far as the total number of players available?
You'd want to have
15 or 16?
Yeah, 15 to 20 is where you want to be. If we were here doing Salisbury tomorrow, we'd see about 20 players on the team.
Really?
Yeah, they and the coach will burn
not
through
quite
them.
As big as their lacrosse team, though.
No, there's not three teams worth of players there, but the Salisbury coach will burn through them in each game. Pinch runners, making sure that she's moving defensive specialists in at the later innings, so everybody stays involved.
Rare strikeout there for Tara Hilton, who's really been aggressive at the plate the last couple of games, and she took a called third strike for the second out of the inning.
And that's probably one of the worst things you can do if you're behind like the Knights are right now is go down without swinging, because if you don't swing, you have no chance of putting the ball in play.
Last couple of games, I think Hilton's been one of the most valuable players for the Knights.
In the outfield and at bat, she's just been tremendous.
And on the base paths.
And on the base paths.
And the Knights would like to really start running the bases and maybe picking up some steals, but got to get on first. So here's Edwards with 2 outs in the first. Ball popped up, and the catcher makes a diving grab for the third out of the inning. So the Knights go down in order, 1, 2, 3 in the first. We played 1. It is Wesley on top here, 4-0. We are ready to go. Top of the second inning. Unlike game one, it was a scoreless first inning, but here today in game two, Wesley got 4 in the first. The Knights went down in order, 1, 2, 3 in the first, and it's 4-0 Wesley as we start the second inning.
Well, and a lot of it has to do with the Wolverines being able to see Rachel Moore so much in that first game that they have her timing down. And those days are gone where you can send out one pitcher for 2 games in a row. Just the dominance of the pitchers have come down. Unless you're throwing the ball between 65 and 70 miles an hour and have just tremendous movement on it, you need a pitching staff.
And if they had to go to another pitcher, would it be most likely, I suppose, Annie Clark?
It would be. She was warming up in between the games just in case Rachel just ran out of steam.
Because as you mentioned, you don't know about Muse's status for Saturday, and they've got Salisbury Saturday, right?
Yeah, and you've got to have 2 or 3 people ready to go against them.
And if Muse isn't ready tomorrow, you would anticipate Annie will get a start maybe on Saturday?
Well, she'll have to burn up some innings. Just there's no way that Rachel's going to be effective for 4 straight games.
Leadoff hitter Samantha Burns, top of the order for Wesley as we start the second inning. That's a high pitch. Well, down 4-0. Rachel does not want to start walking people here in the second inning.
No, it can't get back to what we did in the first inning, where some walks and some errors really put us behind.
That one's low. There's a walk.
And they got to be careful.
Yep,
She's going to go to
second base. Edwards throws. Good throw.
Got
She's
her.
gone. Well, it looked like Burns thought maybe as she heard the ball rattle away from the catcher that she could take 2. And she paid the price.
Well, the first base coach was telling her to go too because Sarah looked like she was just kind of
but what a throw.
lumbering back there. She may have been baiting her to try to go. And once she had the ball in her hand, it was a rocket shot.
So there's a big out for the Knights defense to start the second inning.
And a play like that could not only just ignite your defense, but it may ignite the offense too.
That ball is chopped right back to Rachel, and quickly 2 gone for Wesley here in the top of the second inning.
Well, looking at some of the depth that we were talking about for next year, I know there's at least 5 girls coming in. I think the Knights only lose 1 player, or potentially 1 player, and that should be Clark.
Right. The only senior on the roster, I believe. That ball is hit out to right field. Helms there, makes the grab. That's the 3rd out. And so Wesley is gone here in the second inning. We are through 1.5. It is Wesley on top, 4-0. Quick and easy inning, Mike, for the Knights defensively in that second inning after the top of the order here to the leadoff hitter in that second inning. Burns got on to first base, tried to keep going to second base as the ball got away from Edwards, but Edwards gunned her out at second base, and then the next two hitters went down. So the Knights, trailing by 4 here, have a chance here in the bottom of the second to maybe get something started.
Well, and that's what the Knights needed was a easy inning, 1-2-3 inning after the first inning.
And Gabbert, the cleanup hitter, the leadoff hitter here for the Knights in the second inning.
And we just got to hope that spark that Sarah Edwards provided the Knights with, that long throw to get out Burns at second base, can ignite the offense.
Yeah, the Knights just need to really start getting some hitting, I guess, Mike, from the middle and especially the bottom of the order.
Well, if you're not the top 2 players right now in the Knights offense, everybody below them needs to start hitting at a more regular pace.
Gabbert facing the left-hander, pops it up on the infield, and quickly one away for the Knights in the second inning.
You know, and we're seeing a lot of pop-ups by the Knights, and that can be contributed some to the pitching, but their hands are dropping so far down after their load that they can do only one thing and swing up the ball.
Had to remember the first game, the Knights did not even get a runner on until they made their 2-run rally in the 4th inning. They were no hit for the first 3 innings. It was 9 up and 9 down for the first 3 innings for the Knights in game 1. They lost to end up losing that game 6-2. Good, strong strike thrown there.
Well, they're on.
Sydney Botch, this freshman left-hander from Delaware, really firing right now.
Yeah, and she's on track for a no-hitter so far right now. She's thrown a perfect game, 4 up, 4 down.
That one low. Well, Stites is another one who's been hitting the ball of late.
Well, you know, there's a difference between hitting the ball when no one's on base and hitting the ball when someone's on base. And I'd much rather see a batting average when you have people on base be very high. The tendency is, though, to kind of tighten up and the batting averages fall when people are on base, and that's where the Knights need to start to excel.
Another low pitch to Stites, who is another one of those Knights, if she gets on base, can really run. Although when you're down 4-0, I'm not sure how many of these base runners are going to try to steal bases.
Well, plus with Botch throwing the ball as fast as she is, you don't have a lot of time to get going and maybe beat the throw out down to second base.
Lefty righty make a difference for the pitcher?
I don't think it'd make a difference at all.
Just the speed of the
just the speed. So you're looking at if we had a stopwatch, most coaches will have a stopwatch and they'll time the throw from the pitcher to the catcher and the catcher back to the pitcher. And
so will Stites go here with Clark, the hitter?
There's no telling with Coach Hall right now.
Ball foul off.
She's trying to influence some offense and shake some things up. Conventionally, no, she won't go. But if you are having a tough time scoring runs, this is a great chance for Annie to put a bunt down and get someone into scoring position.
1 out, 1 on. Ball is hit foul. So Clark the hitter, Stites at first, and 1 out in the inning. With the Knights trailing here 4-0. Good pitch there on the corner.
And again, once you have 2 strikes, you cannot afford to keep that bat on your shoulder.
Just like Hilton Clark called third strike.
You got to expand your strike zone with 2 strikes on you and foul those pitches off.
So here's Bree McGuire with 2 outs and a runner at first.
You know, with these night games, it's kind of difficult for the Knights to go down that hill to pick up the balls as they roll down. They can start being hid down there.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the first game. We were wondering, okay, who's the person going down there collecting all the lacrosse balls, footballs, softballs, baseballs, whatever other balls might be down there. Hit the short. That's the force play for the third out. So we played 2 innings. The Knights continue to trail here. Wesley on top, 4-0. We're ready to go here in the top of the third inning. Wesley on top, 4-0 in the second game of the doubleheader. Wesley won the first game 6-2.
Yeah, and again, the Knights are helping out Wesley more than we should with the 2 errors.
And the Knights have just not been able to manufacture any offense, much like game 1 where they were no hit for the first 3 innings, got 2 runs in the fourth, and did not score again. Still looking for their first run of this ball game.
And Rachel Moore putting in a lot of work in the pitching circle, having to not only pitch the first game, but pitch the second game. And I know she was well over 100 pitches in that first game.
Facing a Wesley team that is 9-8 on the season. That ball is hit deep but foul. And they'll be facing a Salisbury team that, as of today, 19-4 on the season, Mike. And again, Salisbury's got 19 wins coming into today. Newport, 19 wins, 14 for Frostburg, 17 overall for York.
And you're looking at a Salisbury team that was in the Final Four in the Division III tournament, softball tournament last year.
Pop out to Bree McGuire at second base. Well,
And
since the first inning, as far as just keeping runners off the board, the Knights defense and Rachel Moore have settled down a little bit here.
They've done much better. Again, no errors, which if you don't commit errors, you can get outs really easily.
In fact, if they go on to lose this game, they'll look back at this game, the first inning, and especially that first game, and think about walks, hitting batters, errors, and wonder if you play a letter-perfect game, how things might have turned out. Certainly would have been a lot closer as that ball is roped into left field. Stites right there to make the grab to make sure it is only a single.
Well, right now, the 4 runs that Wesley has, 0 are earned. So Rachel Moore has not given up an earned run.
And let's see, the first game, only 2 of the 6 were earned. Yeah. So you're talking 10 runs and only 2 earned runs of the 10.
So potentially Rachel's done well. Now we have to look at the hits batsmen and the base on balls. That's totally up on her shoulders. But the errors that her fielders commit have also contributed to those 10 unearned runs. And you're not going to win a lot of softball games giving up that many unearned runs.
Runner at first, 1 out. Ball hit foul down the line. And the Knights are really trying to find the magic they found against Maine Presque Isle on the bottom of the 6th, where they had all those runs to come from behind to get the win. In the first game here, they were able to get 2 runs in the 4th, but that was it.
Well, and what they did against Maine Presque Isle was they put the ball in play on the ground just like we see now.
Yeah, good throw. Oh, McGuire couldn't hold on. It was a nice throw from third base to get the lead runner at second base, but McGuire, for some reason, not able to catch that ball in her mitt, and it's first and second now for Wesley.
Yeah, but that ball just popped out. Looks like she took her eye off the ball, looking to see where the runner was coming sliding in, and again, another young freshman mistake.
So 1 out, the first and second now for Wesley here in the top of the third. And we'll see how Rachel reacts to these base runners now, Mike.
Well, she has to just keep thinking, I have to pound the strike zone. She can't do anything about the fielders if they make a mistake or not. She just has to do her job. And again, for a young pitcher, that's hard to do. I mean, you come from high school and travel ball where you might have been one of the dominant pitchers, but when you get into college, things change very quickly.
And Wesley's got a chance here, maybe for a big inning with first and second and 1 out. Perhaps depending on this hitter. Another low pitch.
You know, and I think Rachel, as you alluded to, is letting those base runners affect her, and that error that we saw affect her, and she's got to put that totally out of her mind.
Would have been the second out, would have been 2 outs with a runner at first. Now it's first and second, just 1 out. Pitch is popped up towards the outfield. Helms racing in and came too quickly, and it bounces off her glove, and they get the runner at second base.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to tag her there as a force out.
So it's first and third now with 2 outs.
And you wonder why something like that happens. They never practice at night. So playing under lights is a new experience. Each time they play under lights, it's a new experience for them. So the depth perception is obscured a little bit. Plus, when the ball comes out of those lights, you got no idea where it's at.
And in that case, it looked like Helms just ran a tad too far in, and it was a tough grab because at that point the ball was slightly over her head. So it's first and third, 2 outs. Moore trying to get out of this third inning here. Wesley trying to maybe get a big base hit to knock home run number 5.
And I'm sure what's on Wesley's mind is, let's get to that 8 runs so we can have an 8-run rule by the 5th inning.
That ball inside.
Ooh, and I don't think it was as inside as the batter made us think it was.
Well, in the first game, the home plane up was calling a lot of inside strikes.
And that's another
that was
thing.
A little high, maybe, but
that's another thing about doubleheaders is they change umpires,
Yep.
and so you would have to relearn the strike zone all over again.
2 outs, runners in the corners. It is 4-0. Wesley on top here in the top of the third inning. Bases loaded now with 2 outs.
And this is a big out for the Knights and for Rachel. If she can get this out, allow the Knights to get this out and get out of this bases loaded mess that they're in, it could, again, help project some confidence into their batting.
Actually, Wesley's thinking at least another walk, maybe a single scores 2, maybe a drive up the gap could score 3 runs.
Well, again, with the slapper up, the outfield's playing so far back that anything that flares right over the top of the infield is going to fall. So they need to take a few more steps in. The corners need to be aware, too.
And Rachel Moore has to find the plate, doesn't want to walk with the bases loaded.
About the only good thing that's going for the Knights now is there's a force at any base.
2 outs. Just don't want to have a walk here. If Rachel Moore can find the strike zone, throw down to third base. It's called strike, I believe, so it's 1-1.
Yeah, and Rachel's job right now is not to try to paint the corners. It's to make sure the ball gets put in play.
Called strike, 1-2. One and two with the bases loaded. High pitch, knocked to the left side. Throw over, it's going to be not in time. Infield hit. 5-0 now.
And again, with a slapper, that's why you can't play your infielders that far back. If the ball hits the ground twice, they're going to be on base. So there's, again, another slapper. Pull in. They need to be one step behind the base path.
And so the bases remain loaded with 2 out. It is now 5-0 Wesley. And a called strike. This is the top of the order hitter. It's Samantha Burns, who's got some speed. We'll see if she decides to slap the ball and try to beat out maybe another infield hit. That's a high pitch 1-1. Doesn't appear that Wesley has got that big power cleanup hitter.
No, station to station,
Yep.
and it's working very well for them.
That pitch grounded to the left side. No play for the third baseman.
Oh, they called a foul ball.
Yeah, they're going to call it foul, so it's 1-2 now.
And that's very fortunate. Again, a slap hitter. I don't know why the corners aren't up.
In fact, I'm kind of surprised that Burns actually isn't trying to bunt. Which is something Wesley did on occasion in the first game. So here's a big 1-2 pitch from Moore to the leadoff hitter Burns. And they're going to call it outside, 2-2.
Well, now the bunt's taken away from her, but still the slap hit, and we can see Gastelum so far back at third base. It's if the ball hits the ground twice, she's going to be safe at first. Everybody's leaving on contact, so there's going to be no
Swung
play.
on and missed, and that's a big strikeout, and that was
Huge.
ball 3 that Burns swung at. So Wesley scores once, and we're going to the bottom of the third with Wesley on top here, now 5-0. Wesley 5 and Southern Virginia nothing as we go to the bottom of the third inning with the Knights down by 5 here.
And again, the Knights need to take a page out of Wesley's playbook and try to get some station-to-station baseball or softball going on.
Knights have just not been able to manufacture any offense tonight except for 2 runs in the 4th inning of the first game. Botch, the left-handed pitcher.
And
she is facing Gastelum, the third baseman. 0-1 after that foul ball. Knights really could use a 2 or 3 run rally here, Mike, to try to narrow the margin.
Well, they need to see something go across home plate. Somebody go across home plate, and that will just really lift their confidence.
Botch is cruising here. There's a swinging strike at a very low pitch by Gastelum, and she is gone. That one was near her ankles.
And again, the Knights need to realize that one person's not going to bring them back from a 5-run deficit. They need to really just work as a team and as a unit.
Now here's the Helms shift, I call it.
Well, and this is what you do against slappers.
You got the right fielder basically playing second base or deep second base as that ball is popped up to the left side and just almost caught by the left fielder, but not able to get there.
You know, and this is what you do against slappers. There's only a few slappers that can put it over where the outfield is playing right now, and those young ladies are playing at a much different level than what we're seeing. Go up to JMU and see their softball team who's ranked 8th in the nation now.
Wouldn't that be something, though, to see Katie Rose drill that ball all the way to where we are?
Oh, it would be a major achievement in her life because she would be going from home to home.
No doubt, with that speed. Just trying to get on base, get something started here in the bottom of the third inning. Lefty-lefty matchup here.
You know, and even at high-level travel ball teams, we went to the ASA national tournament last year, and this is what you saw against slap hitters. The second baseman usually comes up, plays right beside the pitcher. The third baseman's pulled in. The first baseman stays back.
Ball hit right to third baseman, and a quick throw over. And as you mentioned, if the third baseman's not pulled in, maybe Katie Rose beats that out.
Yeah, again, a slapper's whole idea is I've got to make the ball hit the ground twice. If it does, I'm on first base. Unfortunately, that one just popped right into the glove of the third baseman before that second bounce.
So here is Rachel Moore, the pitcher for the Knights, leadoff hitter, top of the order hitter with 2 gone, though. Not much happening here for the Knights in the bottom of the third, trailing by 5. Pitch is popped up and out of play. Well, in the first game, the pitcher, Schock, was rolling through the first 3 innings, didn't allow a hit. Then the Knights were able to reach her for 2 in the fourth, and here Botch is just cruising, Mike, in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, no one's really put a lot of pressure on the defense. There's a great hit up the middle.
Stopped by the second baseman, going to be an infield hit for Rachel, so she is on with 2 out, and here is Hilton.
Well, and now we got the Knights coming through the lineup the second time. They've all seen Bosch right now, and they should be comparing notes as they go back into the dugout. Maybe we'll see some of these infield singles come up for the Knights now that the Wolverines have been so great at.
Hilton really needs to deliver here with 2 outs already in the inning and a runner at first. High and outside, ball 1.
Well, and
ball popped to short, and that's the 3rd out of the inning for the Knights. We have played 3, and it is Wesley 5 and Southern Virginia nothing. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon back here at Southern Virginia University, ready to go top of the 4th inning with Wesley leading here 5-0 after the Wolverines won game 1 6-2 against the Knights.
You know, and Rachel's out there really giving it her all, but she's at 64 pitches already. And it's just the top of the third.
And that ball drilled right on a line to Annie Clark, who puts it away for the first out.
Oh, and if we could see that, one pitch, one out for the rest of the game, the Knights may be able to get their offense rolling.
Well, you mentioned that's the thing Andy needs to do, or Rachel needs to do, is put it over the plate, let her defense do the work.
Yeah, you know,
You
when
don't
I
have
say,
to
when I say put it over the plate,
strike every hitter out.
Exactly. When I say put it over the plate, I don't mean just throw a meatball right down the middle.
Right.
But you don't try to be Rembrandt and just paint the very corners either. So
Change
you
speeds a little bit too.
Change speeds a little bit, and you try to just make sure that half the ball is going over the plate and force the batters to hit your pitches.
And that ball is hit to right field for a hit. Helms plays it back in. Single though for Wesley. They've got a runner at first. And one out in the inning.
Coming up to bat, number 13, the third baseman.
And so here's the cleanup hitter, Ashley Royer, the third baseman.
And again, we haven't seen a lot of power from Wesley, but
I'm not sure that Wesley, I'd be surprised looking at their stats if they've got any homers this season.
But a lot of station-to-station
They
plays.
did have one ball in the first game. I believe it was Fromo who hit the ball all the way to the wall. It landed right at the fence, and she got a single out of it.
Oh, and hit batsman, that's not.
I believe Rachel hit
Wanna go.
4 in the first game. That might be the first one tonight in the second game.
Oh, and that right off the elbow, too, and not wearing any type of elbow guard. That's going to leave a mark for tomorrow.
So now it's first and second with one out. So she got the first hitter on a liner to short, Mike, and now 2 have reached.
Yeah, and I guess I put the broadcaster's curse on her by saying, hey, if she can do that, everything's great.
And there goes the runner from second to third on a steal.
And no one was there, and that again, that's the shortstop. Annie, she needs to be a little bit more awake of what's going on there.
So now it's first and third.
And I believe you said in the first game, Wesley didn't run very much. So it caught everybody by surprise on the Knights team.
That ball is hit to short. Clark's going to fire to first and make the play. Run scores 6-0. Runner at second, 2 outs.
And you can understand why Annie did that. The double play was right there for her. I mean, it's a tailor-made double play ball, but
maybe thinking to earlier times she's tried to go to second base.
That's it. Make sure I get it out and not commit an error.
So now it is 6-0 Wesley here in the top of the fourth inning.
And at some point you have to start thinking about playing not only for this game, but playing for tomorrow's game too, and making sure everything's in line because you got one of the top teams in the nation coming in.
There's a wild pitch. Innings, Mike. Salisbury's got a capital loss. York and Frostburg are on top at 2-0. In your estimation, who might be the best team, though, when it's all said and done?
It's going to, I believe now, and this is just my opinion, but I believe it's going to come down between Salisbury and CNU.
Even though they each have a loss in the conference. The only undefeated teams would be York and Frostburg.
And I think the losses.
Just 2 games in, obviously.
Yeah, I think the losses came between each other in the conference is when they played the doubleheader against each other. I think they split those games, so. It's but in the game of softball, you're playing a 7-inning game. Anything can happen.
I know we've been talking about this, but this is another one of those weekends, I would imagine, baseball-wise, where the Knights really need a sweep.
Well, it's getting to that point where if they don't start winning more games than they're losing, then they won't make it to that 6th spot.
So it's first and third after the walk. 2 are gone. It's 6-0 here in the fourth inning.
Left fielder, number 99, Lauren.
So here is Lauren Hoffman, sophomore, left fielder. 5'8". With 2 outs in the inning, and Wesley on top here, 6-0. They scored 4 in the first. That ball cranked. Oh, and it goes to the left fielder, and Stites right there to make the grab. She almost overran that ball, Mike, but made the play.
Yeah, and great adjustment. Again, anytime the ball's hit directly at you, it's very hard to judge. So Jordan did a great job of getting off to the side of it to make the depth perception.
So we will go to the bottom of the fourth with your score. It is Wesley 6 and Southern Virginia nothing. It is 6-0 Wesley on top here. Going to the bottom of the fourth inning. The Knights continually looking for some offense. And it was in game one in the fourth inning where they were able to scratch together a couple of runs to go from 2-0 deficit to a 2-2 tie.
Well, and if you're a believer in putting good hitters in the middle of the lineup, that's where we are. 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up. Edwards, the 3-hole hitter, needs to get something started now, not only for this game but for the rest of the season that's coming up.
To be followed by Gabbard and then Stites, who made a nice play. That ball drilled to shortstop, fielded, throw over, and safe at first. Edwards got in there on a diving slide.
Yeah, and
what a play by the shortstop to keep
play.
That ball from going to the outfield. And then Edwards sliding into first to make sure that she got the infield hit.
And Sarah needs to take my kinesiology class in biomechanics because you actually slow down sliding into first base.
That's what they say, yeah.
And we've done the experiments to show that. So, plus sliding in head first leads to all types of issues.
You mean all athletes are not required to take that course?
No.
As Edwards will go down to second base on the wild pitch.
Oh, and here now this is where the Knights need to start to take advantage of some of these little errors that Wesley is going to have. Sarah got on base with a great hit. Error of the wild pitch. Now she's on second, no outs. Now the Knights need to start doing what Wesley did to them in the first inning.
And we'll see what Gabbard could do at the plate. Molly Gabbard pops it to the outfield, fielded by Burns, and no, Edwards is going to stick at second base and not try to tag up. So 1 out. Here comes Stites with a runner at second.
And again, Gabbard dropped her hands. So when we're talking about dropping her hands go down below the level of the ball as it's coming in, and then she tries to uppercut.
Edwards ready to go at second base. Pitch to Stites is outside.
You know, a wild pitch wouldn't be too bad right now.
Get her over to third base. Annie Clark is on deck. Swung on, fouled back. Well, we're into the fourth inning. Botch, still the pitcher for Wesley, still has some heat on her ball as she is really firing.
Again, the Knights should be able to make a lot of adjustments because everybody's seen her now. We're going through the lineup again. They should be comparing notes as they come back in after facing her.
Fouled back. Looks like Stites is having a hard time getting around on that fastball.
Well, again, all Stites needs to do now is continually foul off the balls that she can't really get around on until she finds something that she wants. But she cannot go down looking right now. Oh, and
Bad
there's
hitter. So it's first and second.
again, manufacture runs any way you can.
First and second, one out. Andy Clark now the hitter.
And so now Gabbert's out's looming a little bit bigger.
See what Andy can do with 2 runners on, 1 out in the inning. Swung on and missed.
That was a little high.
I got to figure Edwards, I don't know if she's got the speed to take third, but I know that they'd love to get them both over. Stites has good speed at first. Pitch popped up and out of play. Clark is trying to deliver with 2 runners on base, and the Knights still have yet to crack on the scoreboard, and that one swung on and missed. They throw it down to second base. Runner is back.
Again, it looks like Clark bit on 2 rise balls that are out of the zone completely.
So it's first and second now 2 outs in the inning. And Bree McGuire, the second baseman, comes to the plate. Knights trying to score here in the 4th, trailing 6-0. McGuire hits it to short. They throw to first, and that is the 3rd out. So the Knights put 2 runners on base, can't score. We played 4. It is Southern Virginia trailing here 6-0. We're now into the top of the 5th inning with Wesley on top here, 6-0. Wesley won the first game, 6-2. Knights trying to get one of these 2 games of the doubleheader, otherwise they'll drop to 5-19 on the season, Mike, and fall to 0-4 in the conference.
Yeah, and again, looking for that first conference win. These 2 games were bookmarked, circled, saying these are the ones that we want to try to win.
Beyond this, maybe Harrisburg?
Maybe, yeah, Harrisburg will be the next one because you got, obviously, tomorrow Salisbury, who's ranked number 9 in the nation, and it would take an outstanding effort by the Knights. Not saying they can't do it. We wish them all the luck in the world tomorrow. If they could pull that off, then that would be the highlight maybe of the year for athletics at Southern Virginia.
One thing's for sure, that would be a game that the Knights wouldn't forget, and I would imagine Salisbury wouldn't forget.
Exactly.
Well, here it is 6-0. Knights have to be careful. Wesley scores a couple of runs, gets to that 8-run gap, and then they got a chance to end the game in the 5th inning here. So Rachel Moore tries to stop Wesley from scoring any runs here in the 5th. And the Knights in the bottom of the 5th will try to get that offense going.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pressure put on not only Rachel Moore, but also on the Knights defense to make sure that no runs score now or in the next couple innings to end the game early.
And Rachel Moore starts the fifth by walking another hitter.
And she has to be getting tired out there. You can tell that she's really trying to push off of her legs, but her stride is becoming shorter and shorter there, so that's just really eating away at her legs.
Now the infield's going to move in. Got one of those slap hitters coming up, lefty. Called strike there.
But still, you see that the outfield still hasn't moved up as much as Wesley's outfield did when we saw the slap hitter.
Punches it foul. Yeah, the outfield might be in just a couple of steps. When Helms goes up there, the outfield is literally almost into the infield.
Yeah, the left fielder is almost on the infield skin. The right fielder is almost on the infield skin. The left and center fielder is about 4 or 5 steps back from it.
Ball's punched down to the pitcher. They throw over to second base and get the lead runner. Good play there by Rachel to go to second to get the lead runner. 1 out, 1 on.
But you have a huge trade-off there because Burns coming up now, a lot of speed, and then the runner at first base, DeRubio, a lot of speed also. So you might almost want a slower runner out there, even though they're going to be at second base.
Kind of clog things up a little bit, maybe.
Yep.
Burns hits it to the catcher.
Oh, and they're going to say it's a fair ball.
And no throw attempted anywhere, so it's first and second and 1 out.
And McGuire didn't break quick enough to.
And good Sarah
first
just
base.
to kind of hang on to that ball and not throw anything away.
Well, the only thing that Sarah could have done is that she saw Burns was inside the foul lines. If she was in the field of play, go ahead and throw it and try to hit her in the back because she'd been called out then.
Another bunt attempt is fouled. First and second here with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning for Wesley. They lead 6-0, the Wolverines do. They won the first game 6-2. Low and inside.
So now you got a load of speed on first and second.
There is 1 out in the inning. Moore's delivery. Called strike.
And you can see them trying to play, get the runners to second and third and try to get the big 2-out hit, because anything that would get to the green with these 2 runners on second and third, both of them score easily.
Ball fouled away. I'm kind of surprised they're not doing a straight steal, too. Leading by 6 runs. Straight double steal, maybe.
And trying to doing anything they can to get those runners to second and third, because they know 2 more runs and the 8-run rule is in effect.
That ball fouled away. Rachel, I would imagine here Mike is looking for the strikeout.
Well, she's looking for a strikeout, a ground out to third base, anything.
Ball's punched to the outfield, base hit. Hilton right there to toss it back in. And so we've got bases loaded now with 1 out.
Oh, and that was a very fortunate thing that happened. Rachel Moore didn't go to back up the throw to home plate, and if that would have got by Sarah Edwards, been rolling around back there, we'd have seen
at least one run score.
Yep.
So it's bases loaded, 1 out in the 6-0 game.
So Hilton has to be careful there. She has to hit her cutoff man.
Moore's delivery is low. You don't want to see what you saw, I think, against Maine Presque Isle, where you had 2 wild pitches bring in 2 runs.
Yeah, that would not be an ideal situation for the Knights.
Don't want to walk, don't want a wild pitch here with the bases loaded. Good pitch there, called strike, 1-1. Got only 1 out here in the top of the 5th. That one is low and outside. 2-1.
Yeah, and Rachel's just got to put that hit out of her mind. Sometimes, you know, as a pitcher, you have to understand batters are up there. They're trying to do what you don't want them to do and get a hit. She's got to put that out of her mind and make them put the ball in play.
Ball to the second baseman. McGuire tosses it over, gets the runner. 1 run scores. Now it is 7-0. Second and third, 2 outs.
And again, anytime you can get an out, that's what you want to do.
Setting the plate, number 13, the third baseman.
So here is Casey Beal. So second and third, 2 outs.
Oh,
Hello?
and a nice stop by Sarah Edwards behind the plate.
1-0 count now. First base is open. Just in case of a walk. And that one's outside, 2-0.
You see, Rachel went back to the back of the circle to try to collect her thoughts.
That ball's hit right back to Moore. She grabs it, throws, and gets the runner for the third out. We're going to the bottom of the fifth. It is Wesley 7 and Southern Virginia nothing. We're going to the bottom of the fifth inning, and it's now 7-0 Wesley on top. They won the first game 6-2, and the Knights will try here at the bottom of the fifth inning to get that offense going. Alyssa Gastelum will be the hitter with Helms on deck.
Well, and there were some signs of life in the last inning from the Knights getting on base. Now they just got to continue that and carry it forward.
Knights coming off a doubleheader sweep against Maine Presque Isle. That ball is hit onto shortstop, throw over, and quickly 1 out for the Knights. Got 2 in the fourth inning of the first game, did not score outside of that inning, and yet to score here tonight in the second game.
Yeah, and here's a news flash. The shortstop from Wesley is very good. Don't hit it to her.
She has made plays on ground balls, on liners. Here's Helms. It's foul. Oh, 1 count. Swung on and missed. Well, Sock pitched pretty good in the first game. Only allowed 2 runs, but Botch has a shutout going as he strikes out Helms.
And she's showing no signs of slowing down.
So we're back to the top of the order, and Rachel Moore with 2 outs in the fifth.
You know, and the way Botch is going, this is probably the best chance for the Knights to get things going. Because as we've seen, as she gets further and further down into the lineup, there's not a lot of pop.
Unfortunately, they'll go to the top of the order with 2 outs already here in the 5th inning. Moore hits it foul down the right field line, just past first base. Well, obviously, it hurt Mike not to have Muse going in the second game, really taxing Rachel Moore, but Botch has been overpowering, and you got to remember that even if Rachel or Muse had pitched a little better, maybe not giving up any runs, the Knights still have not been able to score as they have their 3rd out of the 5th inning. And we have played 5 innings with your score here. It is Wesley on top, 7-0. Going to the top of the 6th inning here. It is all Wesley in the second game, 7-0 right now. After Wesley won the first game 6-2. Knights had scored 2 in the bottom of the 4th in that first game. It tied the game at 2, but then Wesley got a run in the 5th and 3 in the 6th to put it away. That game was relatively close throughout, but here it is 7-0 Wesley as we start at the top of the 6th inning.
Yeah, and you have to start thinking about Rachel Moore and how much more can she continue to go, not only tonight, but you got a doubleheader tomorrow. Is Muse going to be available? Are they going to put Clark in to pitch? And then there's 3 doubleheaders scheduled for next week.
That ball is weakly hit, but the pitcher picks it up, and Rachel throws out the hitter. So one quickly out here for Wesley in the top of the 6th inning.
So next Tuesday, the Knights are out of conference with Trinity out of D.C., but next Friday and Saturday, they're at Mary Washington and then at Christopher Newport. And those are 2 huge conference doubleheaders.
And then the Harrisburg later in the month, and to wrap things up at Bridgewater. Ball popped up. Moore calling everybody off, and she puts it away quickly for the 2nd out.
Now batting left fielder, number 99, Lauren Hoffman.
And so these are the type of outs we'd like to have seen earlier on in the game where 1 pitch, 1 out, 1 pitch, 1 out. And
well, again, the lack of control and certainly, I guess, the defense let down the Knights early. But, again, even if it's only a 2 or 3-0 ball game, the Knights just have not been able to get any offense going against the second game pitcher in Botch.
yeah, a 2-run lead is almost like a 10-run lead that the Knights offense just hasn't been able to generate anything.
And I know they would love to kind of get the offense they got in the 6th inning against Maine Presque Isle. Of course, now in that game, Maine Presque Isle committed several errors, which assisted the Southern Virginia offense. But the Knights were able to get people on base, really aggressively run the base pass, and maybe force some of those errors.
Well, but they were able to consistently get runners on base during every inning. Not being able to push them across or get them into scoring position so much, but every inning there was someone that was getting on base somehow. Tonight's been totally different. They've been just stymied, especially by Botch.
Two outs. Moore looking for the 3rd out here of the 6th inning. Change up there, missed. And Mike, as we mentioned, a lacrosse doubleheader coming up on Saturday. What's the outlook you think on Saturday for the men and the women?
Very tough games. If they play error-free, and I'm on the men's side, if they can play without putting themselves in a man-down penalty situation, there's some great opportunities for them to really produce and to shine. But they're going to have to play error-free.
Hit to the outfield. Helms there makes the grab for the third out of the inning. We're going to the bottom of the sixth. It is 7-0. Wesley on top.
Then how the sixth, number 7-0.
Ready to go. Bottom of the sixth inning here with Southern Virginia trailing Wesley now 7-0 as we start the bottom of the sixth. The Knights would obviously like to make the comeback here, Mike, but if nothing else, they want to try to get some offense going to wrap before this game concludes.
Yeah, they need to get something going in order to kind of springboard them into the doubleheader that they have scheduled for tomorrow. Don't want to look that far ahead, so they need to take one pitch at a time.
Hey, really quick, SVU baseball, Marcus Begg having a heck of a season. But I know we talked about this earlier in the webcast that the Knights, from a baseball standpoint, just need a doubleheader sweep here somewhere along the line. Who knows? They might end up needing two doubleheader sweeps, but they certainly need one.
Well, at Wesley, they're going to have to get both of those games if they want to think about moving up in the standings and getting into the Capital Athletic Conference tournament.
And their problem, I guess, at times has just been inconsistent starting pitching. Every time they get a good start, the next time out, not the case.
Yeah, so, again, and you're talking about Marcus Begg. He got some national recognition as a Capital Athletic Conference Player of the Week. Congratulations to Marcus, and hopefully that can, spur some of the other players to aspire to really be consistent. And that's what Marcus has done, is just been consistent throughout.
That ball hit to short, and that is fielded cleanly for the first out of the air. A lot of putouts,
yes.
I think, for the shortstop, Morgan Seymour, either directly on liners and pops or having a hand throwing the ball over to first.
Yeah, Seymour's just been all over the place and been very sure-handed, almost making one of the more spectacular plays we've seen all night with a diving stop and almost a throw out from her knees.
One out here in the sixth inning. And, boy, Botch just keeps firing that ball. I don't think she's lost any velocity at all tonight.
Well, it's a great night for softball, especially for pitchers. No wind, no real heat, no humidity, just a nice, calm evening.
Just a freshman, 5'9", from Smyrna, Delaware. One out here in the sixth. That one's high.
And that's where she's had some success with these Knights batters, is throwing that rise ball up out of the zone and having the Knights chase them.
Edwards, the number three hitter, waiting on the pitch. Knocked the shortstop and through for a base hit for Sarah Edwards.
And that's her second in a row.
So Edwards has a hit. Now here comes Gabbert with one gone in the sixth inning.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 18, Molly Gabbert.
what you'd like to see Molly do is just be able to square the ball up now with the barrel of the bat instead of getting so much under it. Just get a nice, good, solid connection so she can feel like, hey, I finally got a good, solid hit.
So he takes a called strike on the outside. Pitch fouled back, and quickly Gabbard in the hole here at 0-2.
And you saw that rise ball a little bit up out of the zone, and Gabbard's chasing it. I wouldn't be surprised to see it to throw it a little bit higher up the ladder this time and see if Gabbard will chase one more time.
Just missed it. Oh, and it's now 1-2. Stites on deck to be followed by Annie Clark. Now 2-2 to Gabbert.
I'm really surprised that they haven't called that rise ball again because she's had a lot of success with it. Maybe they're just trying to set him up with the last 2 drop balls that she's thrown.
Pitch is hit on the ground right up, back up the middle for a hit. So the Knights get 2 singles back to back, first and second. And now it'll be Stites.
And we know that there's some injured Knights that's not available to play in this game. But if there were, I'm pretty sure Coach Hall would be putting in a pinch runner for our first baseman there.
For Gabbert.
Yeah, just try to get a little bit more speed out there and stay out of any kind of a double play.
Stites knocks it foul.
And with the rules in softball, a starter can re-enter so that you wouldn't be burning her completely.
Knights trail here 7-0 with first and second. Suddenly Botch having a little time, have a tough time finding the strike zone.
Well, it looks like those 2 singles may have rattled her a little bit. She's been cruising along so easily, and now she's starting to think a little bit.
Swung on and missed by Stites. They throw down, the ball goes into the outfield, but not far enough for Edwards to advance.
Yeah, and both the runners on base, just average speed, nothing that you're going to write home about. So Knights have to be careful in trying to advance.
And we'll see what Jordan Stites can do here. That one's high.
And that was a nice job by Jordan to lay off that little rise ball there.
Botch in danger of walking the bases loaded, maybe. Called strike 3. I believe that is the second time tonight Stites has gone down looking.
And again, when you have 2 strikes on you, you have to be able to make sure that it's not in the zone, not even close to the zone. Expand your strike zone, foul things off.
So here's Annie Clark with still first and second. Check swing there, ball. Two and 0 now to Clark. So Botch now 2 and 1 on Andy Clark.
And that control problem that she had just ever so slightly has been erased. And she's
Got
come
the
back
big
strong.
strikeout of Stites.
Yeah, that was a huge strikeout for Wesley.
That one's low, gets away. Runners move up. 3-1 now on Clark. 2 out, and second and third.
So now that strikeout by Jordan, you go back and you're like, well, what if she put it in play and got out? You would have had runners on second and third there. Let's score on the wild pitch.
That one's low. Walk to Clark. Bases loaded. Now you'll go down to the number 7 hitter. And I believe McGuire.
Number 17, the second baseman, 3, McGuire.
And if you're a softball player, this is what you want. You want to come up in these type of situations. You dream about it your whole life. But as a freshman coming up in these situations, it's a little bit different. It's not exactly what you dream, and you got to control the emotions.
Fouls that one back. Bree McGuire, freshman from Sandy, Utah. Bases loaded, 2 out. 0-1 pitch. Fouled back, and now 2 strikes.
And now Bree's really got to just shorten up her swing, make sure that she drops her elbow down into the slot, doesn't extend her hands, get the barrel of the bat to the ball, and please don't take the third strike.
Now, I was going to say, if you're botched, do you waste one here or go right at her thinking maybe she's like swinging on an 0-2 pitch?
Well, again, Botch's best pitch has been a rise ball out of the zone. I would go to that.
And she struck her out looking.
Went with a little, either a backdoor curveball or a screwball.
And so that is the third out of the inning. We go to the 7th inning with Wesley on top here, 7-0. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon back here at Southern Virginia University. Played 6 innings so far. It is 7-0 Wesley as we go to the top of the 7th inning. And again, a reminder, Wesley won the first game by a final score of 6-2.
And unfortunately, the Knights offense just hasn't been able to get on track tonight. And really, it was the first inning that was the undoing for the Knights so far.
4 runs scored by Wesley in the first inning of the second game. Their big inning in the first game was the top of the 6th. It was 3-2 going into the 6th inning of the first game, but Wesley put that game away with 3 in the top of the 6th inning. And for all intents and purposes, Mike maybe put this game away in the first inning.
Yeah, it looks like that may have been the runs that sealed the deal there. You can see Rachel Moore really laboring now, trying to make sure everything stays loose. I'm sure her legs are starting to cramp up a little bit. She's losing some power in them. And now we have to look at what are they going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully Muse will be ready to go. If not, What do you expect from Annie Clark?
She's going to have to eat some innings because there's no way that Rachel's going to have
Does that mean
anything
she
left
starts
in
a
the tank.
game, or maybe Rachel starts both games, but maybe gets taken out around the third or fourth inning or something?
And I'm kind of wondering why we haven't seen Annie now in the last 2 or 3 innings. I mean, I know you want to keep it close and you don't want to get the 8-run rule, but Rachel's got to save something in the tank for tomorrow. I can see an ice bath in her future, trying to get those legs to revive.
Swung on and missed. Good strikeout there for Rachel. I'm telling you, when her control is under control, she is a heck of a pitcher.
But again, looks like she's at 112 pitches now. I know she was over 100 in the first game, well over 100. So we're looking at 250 pitches so far right now. And that's
with possibly 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's just keep on adding up because we're not done yet. You know, the hope is always that the Knights can come back and tie it and we can get into either extra innings or win it in the bottom of the 7th inning. But I'm sure Rachel's sitting there thinking, if we're going to come back, go ahead and win it in the bottom of the 7th because I don't want to go back out and throw anymore.
True enough. Beal, the hitter now for
and it hit her.
Wesley, and she gets hit. That might be like the 6th or 7th batter over the 2 games that Rachel's hit tonight. And most of them, it looks like, are just pitches that have just gotten away from her.
Well, that one bounced up there and got her as an off-speed pitch. And now we'll see a runner back put in for Wesley.
So we got 1 on at first base and 1 out.
It looks like they're just going to re-enter.
Re-entering and running on first base, Megan DeRubio.
Yeah, DeRubio just re-entered there, had the pinch hitter for her. And now Burns is up.
Top of the order hitter, right fielder.
And you can see how far Burns is on this side of the foul line. She's in play. If she gets hit with the ball in play, throwing it to first base, she's out. And not a lot of catchers want to do that because they say it's not sportsmanlike conduct. But I knew a catcher that was her whole goal in life was go ahead and bunt it and stay in play, and I'm going to nail you in the back.
Not just hit him, but hit him hard.
Hit him hard.
Of course, in the early days of baseball, I think that's how you got runners out. By throwing the ball at him. That ball's punched to second. McGuire, she dropped the ball, but she is able to get the out, I think. Nope, now they're going to throw it to second to get the force.
And they did call her out. Because it was
I
on.
thought they did, yeah.
Yeah, it was on the transfer. She was trying to get the ball out of her glove to throw it over to first base.
So you got 2 outs and a runner at first here in the top of the 7th. And you look at these doubleheaders, these 2 games tonight, Mike, from a earned run standpoint, from Rachel's ERA, not so bad actually.
No, we know in the first game that the ERA.
Her ERA is going to drop tonight.
Yeah, and she only gave up 2 runs that were earned in the first. So far in the second, she has given up 5 earned runs. So that's the official score. Earlier in the game, they didn't have any listed for her, so they must have went back and made a few corrections after that first inning. But if I were her or Coach Hall, I'd have them go back and revisit that because we know that every run in the first inning was unearned.
Right. At one point, starting the doubleheader against Maine Presque Isle, I know her ERA was over 11, so I figured between the good game she pitched in the second game and then tonight maybe get it down to like 6 or 7. 2 outs, runners at first and second now for Wesley.
Again, we can't stress how important economy of pitches is for Rachel, especially if she's going to have to go twice tomorrow.
That's almost hard to imagine her pitching 2 games, especially 2 full games tomorrow.
Yeah, she'd have to do a whole new mindset
And then
tomorrow.
after Saturday they play again
Tuesday. Yeah, and then Friday, Saturday again. So six games next week.
Of course, we saw this last year now.
Yeah, we did.
Saw a lot of doubleheaders tossed by the Knights by the same pitcher.
But you're going to have to get to an economy of pitches, making sure that you're only throwing about 13 or 14 pitches each inning.
Well, you talked about eventually Coach Hall wanting to get some depth for her team. Is pitching the number one area to get depth in, or is there more areas even more important than pitching to get depth in?
Well, right now, most of your pitchers are also being able to play other positions. And so if you can get 3 or 4 pitchers in, you're going to either have pitchers that play first base. We know Moore plays second base.
Yep.
So.
And Annie Clark, if she pitches somewhere else, as a shortstop.
Yeah, we saw Madison Muse plays third base. So if you can bring in top-notch pitchers, they're learning how to play other positions because, again, more people are going towards pitching staffs instead of just the dominant pitcher.
McGuire shuffles it over to third, and they call her safe, I believe.
Yeah, she beat out the little shuffle there, and that's where McGuire has to learn to go attack the ball. She let the runner go past her and then attack the ball. She has to understand that that's her lane.
That split second makes all the difference.
And if she gets hit by the runner, that's interference, and the batter's out.
So bases loaded, 2 out in the 7-0 game. Yeah, you can see on the mound, Rachel really does look like she's tired.
She's running on fumes right now, and they need to not only give her an ice bath to try to revive those legs, but they need to just wrap their arms around her and give her a big hug for doing such yeoman's work today. Maybe go to Cookout and get her 3 or 4 milkshakes to try to revive, give her some energy back for tomorrow.
Hey, we haven't eaten dinner tonight yet. That one's outside. And right now, Rachel's just trying to get out of the 7th inning here without allowing any more runs. And a walk would bring in a run.
And if you talk to any pitcher, they'll tell you, I can throw doubleheaders, no problem. Well, it becomes a problem.
How about back-to-back doubleheaders? As that ball's punched out to the outfield, that's a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes the second runner to the plate, scores 9-0. And now first and third with 2 outs. And here's Devin McKay, the first baseman, with first and third 2 gone.
Again, you got Rachel out there just running on fumes right now, doing everything she can to find the strike zone. And when she finds the strike zone, she's just relying on her defense to make any type of play that they can for her. Unfortunately, right now, the Wolverines are just right on time, and they're finding those singles.
And it's now a 9-0 ball game. Wesley won the first game 6-2. Popped up. And just
out of
couldn't
play.
Get there.
Yep.
Gastelum went over to the dugout, but the ball's beyond the fence.
That's for when you're the coach and you say, listen, you got to jump.
Jump over the fence.
Jump higher. You do that with a smile. And we played volleyball one year, and we went up against a girl that was from Brazil and was just jumping over the top of everybody, pounding it straight down. My middle blocker looked at me and says, what do I do? And I just told her, jump higher.
Wild pitch. Runner at first goes to second. Runner at third sticks at third base. 2 outs, second and third now. Driven to short, and there's Annie Clark for the final out of the 7th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th, and the Knights right now are just trying to get on the scoreboard.
Wesley College at the top of the 7th scores 2 runs.
Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon back here at the fields at Southern Virginia University, Harvey Dryden Field at SVU softball. First game, Wesley won it 6-2 over Southern Virginia. Here in the nightcap, all Wesley, they lead 9-0 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, the Knights, what they need to start looking at is just, can we get our bats on time? Use this as a springboard for tomorrow. Try to get some confidence and push that run across, because you never like to be shut out.
Yeah, a little disappointing, Mike, I suppose. Even that ball
there's
is shredded. It's deep, and it's all the way to the wall. That's going to be 2 bases. Rough slide, but they got in there. So a big double for the Knights, a double for Alyssa Gastelum. And she put the ball all the way to the center field wall. Kind of maybe slid too early going into second base.
Yeah,
Maybe was surprised she had to slide after
maybe so.
launching that ball.
Well, and that's
Now here's Helms.
That's a great start for the Knights. Again, she finally squared the ball up, put the barrel right in the middle of the ball, and that's what happens. You don't have to uppercut everything.
That ball's punched foul by Helms. I was going to say, after that big 6th inning against Maine Presque Isle, I know the Knights went into this doubleheader with a lot of momentum, a lot of energy, and they did score 2 in the 4th inning to tie the game after trailing 2-0. But since the 4th inning of the first game, they've been blanked.
And the Knights want to break that ice. Again, like I said, you never like to be shut out.
Blank for the final 3 innings of Game 1. Blank for the first 6 innings of Game 2.
And Botch has had a lot to do with that, because she's been on top of her game.
Helms takes a strike and is gone. 1 out. And now we're to the top of the order with Rachel. Rachel Moore, the hitter, with Gastelum at second.
And if I'm coaching, I'd much rather see my team go down swinging than watching the ball.
And they have
right
had a lot of called strikeouts tonight in the second game. Botch pitches, ball's popped up right to first base, quickly 2 out. Gastelum still at second, and now Tara Hilton could be the final hitter tonight for the Knights. So Hilton trying to drive in Gastelum, so the Knights could avoid the shutout. Gastelum, maybe not the greatest speed, Mike, so it may have to go out there a ways for her to come in on a, let's say, a single.
Well, it's going to have to be a gap, because the outfield's playing so shallow that they'll charge anything. But if you can get into a gap, then you got a chance to score.
2 out here in the bottom of the 7th.
And that's the next thing that Coach Hall's going to look for. So she's looking for pitchers that can play more than one position, and she's looking for people that can drive the ball. And it doesn't matter what position they're.
Hilton drives it into short left field or right field, and it is fielded by the right fielder for a base hit. Gets it in quickly. Gaslam stops at third, so it's first and third, and now Sarah Edwards with 2 out and runners at the corners.
And Sarah has got singles in her last 2 at-bats, so great person to have up.
Gabbard on deck. So Sarah Edwards will try to snap the scoring drought and help the Knights avoid the shutout in game number 2 tonight. Single, wild pitch would bring runner home from third maybe. That ball rocketed to the outfield and over the head of the left field to the wall.
Fair ball.
Edwards with another
Hilton
hit.
can motor around.
And Hilton will come all the way in. It's going to be 9-2. And Sarah Edwards is the star tonight, at least here in game number 2. She's got 3 big hits.
Well, and not only 3 big hits, but the only RBIs in this game. It's getting ready to say this half of the inning, but
yeah,
not only this half of the inning, but the whole game.
So Sarah Edwards driving the ball down the left field line to make it 9-2. And now Gabbert with 2 outs will be the hitter.
And you see the conference on the mound. They're just out there to tell Botch, everything's okay. We got your back. Still have a 7-run lead. Just pitch your game. The Knights, on the other hand, are saying, hey, we finally got some timing down. Let's keep this going.
Don't know how important that is for, let's say, someone like Botch to go, oh, I missed the shutout. Nine to 2 now here in game number 2 after Wesley won the first game 6-2. Gabbard is the hitter. There's a called strike.
And Gabbert does have home run power. It'd be nice to see her kind of break out of the slump that we've seen her in.
I believe she has 1 home run on the season. Pitch is fouled off. Knights down to their last out, last strike. Don't forget, big lacrosse doubleheader tomorrow, Mike.
Big doubleheader with CNU.
Hit towards right field and
overhead.
Finds the gap. Edwards will score to make it 9-3. And Gabbert's in at second base with a double. So back-to-back doubles. And suddenly 3 runs here in the 7th inning for the Knights.
And you like to see this, but you don't like to see it this late in the game. You want this to be every inning occurrence.
For the next doubleheader coming up. As opposed to anybody realistically thinking, hey, 3 down, 7 more runs to go, which is entirely possible but unlikely. So here's Jordan Stites. Again, 2 are gone in the inning, and now it is the base runner Gabbert at second base. Back-to-back doubles by Edwards and Gabbert to make it 9-3. Stites check swing foul.
So now the bats finally start to wake up. Now you hope that those bats will stay awake when they go into Salisbury tomorrow.
I would imagine the bigger question will be the pitching.
Well, you got to have both things going on, and the Knights need to be able to put those 2 things together. If you have to go with Rachel Moore, you know that there's going to be some runs scored. Just because Salisbury is such a great offensive team, you're going to have to be able to match them scoring. And so it's nice to see the bats start to wake up, the ladies being able to barrel up the ball, get some doubles, some gap, some power that we haven't seen in the last couple games.
And Stites is gone again on strikes looking, Mike.
third time that she went down looking at that strike. And again, that's a young player. I'm sure she'll be talked to by the coaching staff saying, listen, 2 strikes, you have to expand your strike zone.
And that is the third out of the game as Wesley wins the doubleheader tonight. Wesley wins it 6-2 in the first game, 9-3 in the nightcap as the Wesley Wolverines now improved to 3-1, Mike, in the Capital Conference, 10-8 overall. The Knights dropped to 0-4 in the conference and 5-19 overall. And again, a big doubleheader coming up against Salisbury.
Well, a huge doubleheader coming up against Salisbury as you're playing one of the top-ranked teams, number 9 in the nation. Now you get to see where you're really at and what's going on. The big question for this is going to be, how is Rachel Moore going to be able to recover from pitching both games tonight, and is she going to have to pitch both games tomorrow?
So that's going to wrap things up again here from the fields at Southern Virginia University. For all the crew and Mike Harmon, I'm Jim Bresnahan saying thanks for joining us again, everyone, tonight.